The Opie and Anthony Show on XM 202, featuring Opie, Anthony, and James Norton.
The most vile, despicable human beings in the country. Creeps, ankle biter.
Obviously, the strength is their ability to turn mistruth into something people would believe.
Wow, how long is this guy going to continue to babble and say nothing?
All day long.
Shut up! All right, here we go.
Welcome to the Opie and Anthony Show.
It's worse than I imagined.
That's terrible. I'm sorry.
We are a bunch of dopes.
I think we're lewd.
And we're probably pushing 20 arrests because of this radio show.
Out of touch cornballs.
3 retards. We have the effect of Tylenol PM.
Opie.
You know, I could have been a model.
Anthony.
I'm gay!
James Norton.
I like yogurt.
Robert Reed.
But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
I could have gone with, 20 more seconds of palaver, perhaps. When he said enough, I'm like, no, I would have liked a little more palaver.
And you know.
Yes.
You know.
I know.
You know the art of the radio.
The art of the topless. When I'm doing the topless. Can't get enough of that.
Good morning and welcome to the Opie and Anthony Show. The ONA virus spreading across America.
Hi, everybody.
Phone number is 1-866-313-FREE. That's 1-866-313-FREE.
Yeah, we're all about the free, man.
And we
over
have
the
to
airwaves
say,
radio for free till, we go over to the pay radio.
Yeah, and then it's all about pay radio.
It's all about that.
We're just whores.
Fickle.
Hey, I want to say hi and good morning to Chi-Town.
Hey, Chi-Town.
I call it Chi.
Like the tea? That
Phil
way we're guaranteed one of us will get it right.
Phil Rosenthal, you dope.
Phil Rosenthal, writer, contributor to the Chicago Tribune. The Trib. I just call it the Trib.
Chicago's getting a lot of attention lately, and they should. Because we like Chi-Town. This guy's an ass. He interviewed us for, over an hour? Maybe not over an hour. Close to an hour.
It was long enough, yeah.
Because Chicago's a huge market for the Opie and Anthony Show. And, Chicago Tribune calls you and says they want to talk to you about your show and coming to Chicago and all that. We're like, great. So we talked for an hour, and there's one quote from Anthony in the whole article.
And it's just to wrap up his agenda he already had for this story when he interviewed us. They never sit you down and say, hey, I'm doing this story on how local airwaves are losing its identity to syndication. So we could sit there and then go, hey, but Phil, we're the syndicated show coming in. So apparently your story's going to be a bit hostile to syndicated programming? Well, yeah. Oh, okay. All right, we'll sit for this then. But instead, he BS's you with this line that it's going to be a story about the show. We've done plenty of stories about the show when we go into various other markets. And he asks you a bunch of questions. He's all smiling. You could hear him laughing about things as he's asking you, and you're telling him. And he's asking for info that he knows he's never going to use in his story. So he's wasting your time. Our time. And if it's our time, Phil,
He should have the balls just
on our time.
He should have the balls to just tell us off the bat this is the angle he's taking. And what do you really think about and stuff?
And at least that way we can come across and talk about the story he wants to do.
Instead, he's like, so how did you guys meet? And we give him an answer that's kind of funny. He's like, ha ha, and you hear this in the background.
A little typing, yeah.
Typing going on.
Good stuff.
Okay. I think that's going to make the article good.
Stuff here.
But he talks about how, syndicated radio's not good for Chicago. But if you're in a top 10 market where there's someone who's very good, who's also sitting there going, boy, it's a beautiful day, or, oh, my gosh, look how hard it's raining today, that's liable to be more popular than someone in another market who's going, "Hi, Chi-Town, how's it going?" That's the difference.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you made your point there.
For some reason,
A local show that's able to tell you when the rain actually hits.
yeah.
Oh boy, yeah, that's why I tune in the radio.
Instead of looking out the window or seeing if your windshield wipers are on. Did you turn your wipers on when you hit the gas this morning? It's raining.
Look, we'll be honest with you. I don't know. It could be raining in Chicago right now. I don't know. I have no idea. And
Nor
guess
do we
what?
care.
Yeah, we don't
Nor
care.
do the people there care about hearing about it on their radio.
Because they already know themselves.
They have this thing, these writers and media insiders that for some reason have you people in Chicago penned up in this zoo of people that cannot look outside your own city. They truly believe that if it's not from Chicago, it can't be good.
That's so stupid.
It's ridiculous.
And how this show works, we'll find our own audience in Chicago.
That's what we'll do.
We will find people that enjoy what we do. They will become Opie and Anthony listeners. It doesn't matter if they're from Chicago or Providence or New York City.
We don't dedicate the show
Cleveland,
to the
Philly.
city we're in. We don't dedicate it to New York. We don't dedicate it to Philly, or any of the other stations we're in.
It's crap everywhere.
Albuquerque.
We broadcast live from New York. We're
Tucson.
barely local as far as New York goes.
Yeah.
Barely.
This show is just about whatever the hell we want to BS about on a daily basis, regardless of where we are geographically.
When I'm laughing at something I'm listening to, I'm never wondering where it's coming from.
But where's it coming?
What city?
I might not be laughing if I find out where this is from.
Is it in my city? My hometown? Schmuck.
In front of
Unless
me.
it's from, like, Beirut. I doubt I'd be chuckling at anything out of Beirut.
A lot of comedy clubs in Lebanon.
Well, there's a picture in the paper today. There's this guy. He's 101, wearing his Puma top, being pulled out of some rubble in Lebanon. 101. Still surviving the bombings. Can you imagine what this guy has seen in his lifetime over there?
Wow. They love our clothing, though, over there, don't they?
They sure do. He's wearing his Puma.
The guys, the women
Puma
still
top.
got to, buckle down.
But anyway,
Burkas.
hey, really fast, we got a listener production piece here. Weather report for all O&A markets.
This could be handy.
This is to keep everybody in the local feel, I guess.
Opie and Anthony present your local forecast minute for Tuesday, August 15th.
I want to laugh, but I'd also like to know if I should wear a slicker.
Good morning, New York City. Showers mainly before 9 a.m. Partly cloudy with a high near 88. High at Philadelphia. A chance of showers and thunderstorms mainly before noon. Mostly cloudy with a high near 87. Hola, Dallas. Partly cloudy and hot with a high near 102. Heat index values as high as 107. Top of the morning to you, Boston. Periods of rain mainly between 9 a.m. and noon. High near 86. Ciao, Pittsburgh. Partly cloudy with a high near 80. Good afternoon, Cleveland. Partly cloudy with a high near 80. Hi-ho, West Palm Beach. Scattered showers and thunderstorms mainly afternoon. Partly cloudy with a high near 89 degrees. Buenos dias, Detroit. Mostly sunny with a high near 83. Hope you're enjoying the drive at 5 Columbus. Partly sunny with a high near 81. Happy Tuesday afternoon, Rochester. Partly cloudy with a high near 78. Bonjour, Washington, D.C. A chance of showers and thunderstorms mainly before noon. Partly cloudy with a high near 89. Hey there, Chi-Town. It's gonna be windy. I'm just joshing with you. Sunny with a high near 81. Hi, San Francisco. Widespread low clouds and fog in the morning, clearing back to the beaches by midday. Highs in the 60s. Toodles, Providence. Mostly cloudy with showers in the morning, then partly cloudy in the afternoon. Humid with highs in the mid-80s. Guten Morgen, New London. A chance of showers and thunderstorms mainly before noon. Mostly cloudy with a high near 81. Hello, Grand Rapids. Mostly sunny with a high near 80. Hola, Albuquerque. Scattered showers and thunderstorms mainly afternoon. Mostly cloudy with a high near 83. Howdy, Portland, Maine. Showers and thunderstorms likely mainly between 8 a.m. and 9 a.m. Cloudy then gradually becoming partly sunny with a high near 82. Hello, Buffalo. Partly cloudy with a high near 77. Bonjour, Baton Rouge. Isolated showers and thunderstorms after 1 p.m. Partly cloudy and hot with a high near 96. Morning, Tucson. Partly cloudy, isolated showers and thunderstorms in the morning, then scattered showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon. Highs 90 to 95. Howdy, Cape Cod. Periods of showers mainly between 9 a.m. and noon. High near 80.
Local radio.
Holy
Brilliant.
mackerel.
Brilliant. Covered everything.
That's RPI.
And there you go. If you were sitting there, wherever you're sitting, you heard your local forecast.
Yeah, you got your weather.
We're set.
That is funny.
We're local.
RPI, you got to make that from time to time. We'll play that every once in a while. Every day, yeah, sure, why not?
I do traffic, too.
He says hi to Chi-Town and says it's going to be windy and then goes, just kidding.
Just kidding. Of course, Windy City, we all know.
RPI, you win something for that. That's our new thing. It's on our website, opieandanthony.com.
Give him something.
A place where listeners
E-Rock
could help the program and win prizes for doing so.
Just yelling at E-Rock for no reason.
Very chintzy with the gifts, Eric.
All right, back to Phil Rosenthal. So then finally he talks about local radio versus syndicated radio, and then finally we get a quote from Anthony. This is what we get after talking to the guy close to an hour. People can be very much entertained by a syndicated radio show out of New York, said Anthony Cumia.
I think I said it like that.
The Anthony of Opie and Anthony. We really think our show is very universal and very relatable, no matter if you're in New York or in Chicago.
Thanks.
And I'm not busting on you. We gave this guy some great stuff in the 45-minute to an hour interview, and that's all he writes?
Brilliant stuff.
That's all he writes? You phony?
That's so he can say, but like other syndicated stars, they're no more concerned with the second city than the 5th, 6th, or 17th.
Well, you're right about that. Who cares? The job is to be funny and entertaining.
Concerned about the show, and, you know, we love picking up new markets everywhere so that other people can enjoy this program.
No.
Just treat us like we're lobsters and Arnie Morton's.
Right.
Chicago reference.
Come on, good one.
Anyway, we decided to take a little peek at local radio in Chicago today. Just a little peek.
Let's pull the curtain back.
There's so many shows to choose from. We've already made fun of Eric and Kathy. We got to get more Eric and Kathy
Please
audio.
get more Eric and Kathy.
Guys, I have a local joke.
Oh.
I saw this girl, and she said, is that the Sears Tower in your pants, or are you just happy to see me?
Oh, God. Yeah, because it's
for you, Chicago.
Because it's so big.
Ugh. Phil is a douche.
He's a douche because he was hiding behind an agenda without telling us.
Why would he be?
Because he would assume.
We love controversy.
Yeah, he assumes we would go, oh, then we're not doing the interview.
Oh, my God.
We would do it for it. We would do the interview. We wouldn't be all smiles and saying what we were saying with the questions that you were asking that you had no intention of printing. We'd give you the whole deal.
You would have gotten better quotes probably because you would have smashed local radio and hit it at that angle.
Yeah,
but no.
We pay attention to Chicago radio.
You're a little scared, Phil, were you? You're a little scared that we might have been offended or hung up or not done the interview. That isn't what we do. Maybe if you were familiar with what we did coming into your market, you'd have known that. We'd have still given you a good interview.
We have fun with Chicago radio. Yeah. Eric and Kathy, hours of fun.
That could be the worst program I've ever heard. And I feel bad saying that because they don't seem like bad people. Not a bad bone in their bodies, as a matter of fact, but just the dreck that spills out of that show. It's the typical morning hackery with the guy and the whole being any woman on a radio show that has to be there to offset, to balance out the male point of view that the PDs always tell you is necessary in a radio show. Shut up, it isn't. They're the ones that sit there when guys start getting a little too rambunctious, maybe talking about sex, or maybe cracking a little joke about domestic violence or any of the taboo subjects. Children, things like that. They're the ones that chime in and go, now, fellas.
Oh, guys.
Come on now. I knew a friend of mine, Kathy, she had a problem with a boy, and it wasn't fun because she got hurt. Oh, we're supposed to sit there and go, yeah, boy, it's a good thing you're here to balance it out.
Thank God. Thank God.
They are worthless.
Go White Sox! What?
Oh, nice.
What happened?
A little local reference popped out. I liked it.
Phil Rosenthal, you ass. So today, because he kind of challenged us, we decided to pick just a random local show in Chicago. We've done the Eric and Kathy. We've made fun of other shows in Chicago. Today, we take a listen to Drex in the Morning.
Here it is, your local programming that is oh so precious to people like Phil Rosenthal, who believes that unless you're local, you're screwed.
That's
and
right.
You stink because there are local programs like this.
That's right.
What's the name there, Opie?
Drex in the Morning.
All right, let's pull the curtain back and take a listen.
Our own Sam helping us out with this bit.
Yay.
So why don't we play his theme song?
Sam's not black. His ancestors, Thomas Jefferson. He's not black. He doesn't have big lips, just a real big thumb. Well, his skin's kinda weird. It's not black or white. If he's white, then he's dark. If he's black, he's light. Who the hell can figure? Who the hell can figure? If Sam's white or a white or
We know what that is.
Yeah, we're teasing, you know, 'cause he's white with an afro. Sam's not black. He's not black, don't smoke crack, he ain't black.
Our own Sam has a theme song because he's got black man hair.
Yeah.
And he's related to Thomas Jefferson, so, you know, we know what happened with the slaves and Thomas Jefferson. That thing, I really think you're part black. You ought to look deeper into your
he knows it. He just doesn't want to admit it.
You don't want to.
No.
You don't want to face the truth.
I don't blame him.
Oh, gee.
We would have hired you sooner if you were black, by the way.
Yeah.
You got to have a schwoogie on
Equal
staff.
opportunity employers is what we are.
Well, that's what they call it.
That's what we got to be.
We call it no choice.
Wish I had done that before.
You had to wait a year because you didn't want to admit you were black. Damn, you admit you were black, you would have been hired right out of your internship.
Yeah, my brother.
All right, Drex in the Morning, what can you tell us about this fine radio show?
I can tell you that for some reason it reminded me of when I was watching the Logo channel.
Mm-hmm. Oh, really?
Yes.
Logo channel is on Cablevision, at least, as the gay channel. All gay programming.
Which, by the way, we have a lot of Logo audio that we've never gotten to. So maybe we could do that today.
Where's it been hiding?
Or we could keep it very local for Chicago and do another Karen Meyer segment.
Oh, well.
Those are terrific as well.
Fantastic.
Teaching Down syndrome kids to read.
Hey, that's good stuff.
Latinos with mental illness.
I like that.
And runners with disabilities, all reported by a deaf reporter.
They have to get the deaf one to cover all the disabilities. That's interesting.
Go ahead.
That's so you can get all your big laughs out in one news segment.
Right. You know, this whole hour, I think
know when it's coming.
We should dedicate the first hour to Chicago, and we'll do a little Karen Meyer after.
Hey, why not?
All right, so Drex in the Morning, or Drex in the Morning.
Drex.
Oh, this is awful. This picture of them.
You know who the one guy looks like? You remember in Of This Boy's Life, the one who fights for the pink team?
Right.
Who has the dog Pepper?
Right.
That's exactly who this guy looks like. I'm going to guess this is Drex. I don't know who it is.
The blonde guy?
I can't. It's black and white. But the guy who wearing the white T-shirt,
yeah, that's Drex.
Who looks like he's never seen he's never seen a penis that he's hated. That's Drex.
Does this guy admit he's gay on his show?
I haven't heard him admit it.
Or do they just make believe?
They brush past it.
That's not going on, and we have no idea. By the way,
I haven't heard him admit it.
Absolutely no idea.
Who would, Opie?
But it sounds like this show would do real well in San Francisco.
Yes.
Well,
no offense to San Francisco.
They'll know in a minute when we play it. They'll get a little taste of it.
All right, what's this week has been a long one. What's that all about?
Oh, well, there wasn't enough audio on the website for me to really grab, so I had to actually listen to the show streaming.
Sorry.
And just pull out what my favorite clips were.
Pull out your favorite clips. Okay.
Just laugh getters.
And, this is just them talking about, what a long week it's been. And
so you got the best stuff.
This is...
You sorted through it and got the funniest, best stuff.
3 or 4 days.
Wow.
Of shows.
Blues Brothers!
This is the best stuff.
All right.
This is the local flavor from John Hancock
Here it
Building.
is, just for you.
Chicago.
Phil.
I think it's one of these things after a long week, they build up to this whole thing, and this week has been a long one.
Yeah.
Just to, let off all the steam that built up during the work week,
all
man.
the stuff they've had to go through.
All right, let's listen to Drex in the Morning.
Zanies.
On one of those KISS stations.
For the week that just would not end.
Yeah.
Where'd she go? She's walking out of the studio. Oh, hi there, Joanne. How are you? Hi. What's going on?
Oh, boy.
This week has felt like 2 weeks.
I'm telling you, man.
This is the shortest week ever.
No way.
Why? No, really?
Yeah.
You know what?
The heat.
Yes, the heat, being stuck in the house. Yeah.
The heat. How were you affected by the heat? You stayed in air conditioning
I have to
for
walk
4
from the
days.
apartment to here every day. And then back. So I don't like it. Yeah.
The struggles.
Yeah, it's quite a struggle. Okay, here we go, everybody.
Then what happens after that?
What's the payoff?
There is no payoff. They move into something else.
The payoff would be a bomb going off in the studio.
Yeah.
Some little, if you like that, you like Phil Rosenthal, you like a little local radio?
That's
hey, it's the...
So that's just them letting off steam.
Yeah, it's kind of...
Week is just about over. Let's acknowledge that.
Big
and then
drum
they go
roll.
into, what, Naked News or something?
No.
Battle of the Sexes? What are they doing?
Daisy Chain? What do they do?
Battle of the Sexes. You'd have to bring a man in.
They move into nothing particularly specific. That was one of the challenges, too. There was no sort of solid bits that I could take a minute out of because they would go from subject to subject and then spend half an hour on nothing.
All right, well, the next
Any
clip.
local references?
Not, I mean, his apartment is in Chicago.
Oh, all right.
Well, there you go.
Well,
Phil Rosenthal's right.
Phil?
Yeah. There's some local references.
Local
for
radio, Phil. Good point.
The crew loves Ludacris in this clip.
Mm-hmm.
So the Sun-Times, you know I can't get enough of? Ludacris.
Yeah. Oh, they mentioned the Sun-Times, so there's a local reference.
All right.
We can't compete against that.
All right.
Got to give him that one.
I want the Daily News and the New York Post removed from this studio.
Nothing
we
but
might
Chicago papers from now on.
So the Sun-Times, you know I can't get enough of? Ludacris.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
You're about Ludacris?
Cut his braids, and look good with braids, but he looks so good.
Ludacris is cool, man.
Yeah,
he's a nice guy. He's a very nice guy.
Oh, God. Why don't we have him in here?
Well, we can.
What the
Jesus,
hell?
calm down.
Oh, my God. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Wait, the
guy
hole is the man.
hole.
All right. The hole is the man, and the man is the hole.
Right.
They've twisted it all around.
You can't do that in radio.
No. It's illegal.
The chick's got to be the one that keeps everyone balanced.
Right.
She's part hole. She's a hole with a little cellophane over her. She's a hole.
Not the guy that sounds like a slurping mo.
Calm down.
Oh, my God. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. That was out of control.
You are.
That was ridiculous.
That was unnecessary.
It was unnecessary.
You were loopy yesterday. Now we have part 2 of this. What the hell's going on with you?
I was loopy in a different kind of way. I had too much Janet Jackson.
Yeah, I think you were still drunk.
I had several Janet Jacksons. Oh.
Local reference? Jackson's?
Yeah.
Okay. Works.
By the way, in local news, the White Sox defeated Kansas City 12-2. Cubs defeated Houston 3-0.
Yeah,
Go Sox!
nice.
Go Sox!
So the local teams won last night.
Yeah, we're going to have a Subway Series.
All right, moving on. Finds something in her ex's car.
Oh, yeah, this is, they want to talk about really sort of gross things. And she just found something in her ex's car that was disgusting.
What was it, a straight co-host?
Someone in Chicago's got to help us out. Like, do they acknowledge that this guy might be a little
light in the loafers?
Wishy-washy?
Oh, Jesus. I can't even look
One of my
anymore.
ex-boyfriends, I got in the car. We were going somewhere. He was running late. I'm like, why is he so late? We got in the car, dude. We got out, and I dropped something, like a lipstick under the seat. There was a full box of chicken in there.
Oh.
Full box of chicken.
But how do you forget there's a full box of chicken under there?
Dude, he was sitting there eating it and then just shoved it under the box and came to pick me up.
Oh! Hoping that you'd be finger licking good, too?
No.
Your finger licking good part, too?
That was the most frightening thing that ever happened to me.
Your Princess Sanders?
I was like...
Princess Sanders?
No way! Is that a box of chicken?
Dude.
He's like picking his teeth with the chicken.
Right.
But like the thing was, he couldn't throw it away. He just he couldn't like stop and throw it away. I mean, he was already late. He could have just stopped and thrown it away, but he just shoved it under his seat.
Couldn't he have just taken you to dinner and eaten with you?
Exactly.
Okay, let's move along because Joanne's getting nervous. It's time for her news.
An awful box under the seat and on top of it.
Trex had a similar experience, only the bone was on the seat.
Oh, and his awful references he yells out, Colonel Sanders!
Princess Sanders!
Drumstick!
Yeah, because Colonel and a princess.
He just panicked.
It's really putting the two things together.
Bird and Philly.
Oh, is this awful?
Bird and Philly. In other local news, John Wayne Gacy's first victim would be turning 28 years old today.
Exactly.
Nice local reference.
Yeah, we want local references.
Thank you.
For Chi-Town.
Apparently, everyone Gacy killed were potentially good radio hosts.
All right. Intro to what to do about gas prices bit.
Yeah, they just go for the total originality. They need some callers, so they're going to talk about the gas and how the prices are going up.
Right, and then get some contribution from the listeners.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Because gas prices are only high in Chicago, so this is a great local thing to do.
Local, right, it's local.
Yeah.
So then, the whole gas thing. So I thought that we'd let you rant this morning and piss and moan and whine about the gas a little bit. Yeah. So this is a mess. So let's call this Free Gas Tuesday. Except you're the one who gets to spew for free about George Bush, oil, gas, I don't care, whomever, whatever.
All right. I don't know what to say.
This is not a real show.
Yeah. Okay. Wait a minute, Sam. You went in the studio for 3 days and made this stuff up.
No, this is...
who Than, Travis played the girl.
It's one of the top 10 stations.
You had to put on a deeper voice.
Yes. You put a tape recorder up to a buddy booth and just listen through the whole.
Wait, these guys are top 10 in Chicago?
I don't know the show. The station, I think, is number 8.
How many stations are in Chicago? 11?
Steve Dahl!
Oh, yeah.
What?
Here you go.
What?
I heard a local reference.
You did?
Yes, I did.
Oh. Well, now they go to the phones and they talk to callers about the...
All right, now we get some local flavor.
Parking garage that Steve McQueen drove out of in The Bounty Hunter.
Ooh.
Was it The Bounty Hunter, I think?
I didn't even know that.
That's pretty
Been
deep.
Bullet.
When he backs out and falls?
I think Bullet was our friends in San Francisco, wasn't it?
Yeah. Whatever it is.
All right, here we go.
You get it.
Pete from Chicago, good morning. You're on KISS FM.
Morning. How you guys doing?
All right, man. Go ahead.
I've actually been getting gas for about $20 a tank for the last, I'm going to say, almost a year.
Where?
It's not bad. How are you doing that?
Well, I actually ran into a little financial problem, and I've been using one of those prepaid credit cards.
Oh, okay.
Anytime that I pay at the pump, I'm only charged $20.
Really?
Yes.
Ooh. I don't get that.
Huh. It's a prepaid credit card, so you can put...
You see what he's saying. He's getting the prepaid. You know what you're doing, and it's totally wrong. He's getting the cards, but the cards are they're authorizing more than the minimum amount because sometimes they don't check the balance. They just want to check to see if the card's active. So he's using the $20 card and filling it up with $30.
Hey, that's informative. Does that work?
You got a little scam working.
Right.
Might you be expecting a bill someday, Pete?
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I don't think so.
That is clever. Hey, Pete, more power to you, man. especially when it comes to gas.
So I gotta go. I said too much.
Right, exactly.
Well, it's not like those companies aren't poking our eyes out.
Oh, absolutely.
Speaking of expecting a bill, I think the Grim Reaper is writing one for you.
You're listening to The Art of the Homo. But we don't know. We have no idea. The crew discusses when you have to be mean. We're just about done.
Oh, yeah.
When you have to be mean?
Oh, no.
All right.
These guys bring it. They're edgy.
Wow.
Yeah, sometimes you have to say mean things in order to straighten out the situation. And people don't like to hear things that are mean. Who does? But,
we do.
That's the way it goes sometimes. That's the way mean goes. Yes.
That's the way mean goes.
That's the way. That's
Well,
the way.
I guess
the way mean goes.
in some
Yes.
way, when you're close enough to someone, then you have that comfortableness that you can be.
Yeah, but
painfully
that's
honest
not. You're talking about. This is like people who are not close and they just say junk.
Yeah.
And they back it up like, oh, well, I'm just being honest.
Oh, to maybe coworkers that you don't like or somebody like that.
Just flat out rude. It's like, oh, come on. Oh, come on. That's enough.
That show is more flaming than the Chicago fire.
Anniversary coming up for that, Anthony.
Oh, I know that. 35th anniversary coming up.
35 years ago.
October 8th through 10th.
That's right.
Mr. O'Leary.
Yeah.
Was there a cow,
Her cow.
believe, knocked over a lantern and burned the whole city. Remember Chi-Town?
And the cow survived and is now doing radio in Chicago. We're hearing her right there.
Absolutely. And the bull would have stopped in, but he and his life partner are fighting to adopt. Al Capone! Pay your taxes, please!
They're going to get you.
Caller chimes in on mean topic.
Oh
no.
Don't.
Let me see here. Hi, is your name Heather from Lindenhurst?
Yes.
Oh, hi, Heather. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
My mother likes to, she cries about everything, and it's usually concerning herself. So one time she started crying, and she wears that really thick black eyeliner.
Like Tammy Faye Baker?
Yeah.
Right, exactly. So I just looked at her and said, do you know how ugly you look when you cry?
Oh, now.
Or tell her if you're going to cry all the time, then let's get rid of the eyeliner.
Let's get some waterproof mascara.
Give it to Drex.
Drex should be spelled D-R-E-C-K-S.
Just Drek.
Well, there you go.
I'll just get some eyeliner.
That's what Phil Rosenthal needs.
There you go, Phil.
In his city.
A little local taste.
A little local radio, huh?
A little local taste, and it tastes a little salty.
That's right. Hey, thanks, Phil, or as he's also known, Old Bleach Breath. You got bleachy breath, do you, Phil?
That's Drex in the Morning in Chicago.
Good stuff.
Want to thank Sam for listening to that crap for 3 days to get us something to listen to.
My pleasure.
Hey, if you got a show that Sam should listen to in one of the cities we're broadcasting to, email Sam where?
Sam at foundrymusic.com.
Sam at foundrymusic.com.
Yeah.
We did Lamont and Tonelli yesterday on our XM show. That's how stupid we are. We beat the crap out of them for 2 hours on our XM show.
Most of that never could have been used here. It was just the brutality of those remarks. Never could have been used on this side.
It was a lot of fun.
See Ferris Bueller's Day Off?
Yeah.
A great movie.
It sure was. What a great city.
Great location.
Yep.
One of my faves.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You want to do Karen Meyer when we get back?
Do her?
We'll keep it local.
Oh.
Until 7 o'clock?
Yeah, we'll do that.
All right, we'll do that. It's the ONA virus spreading across America. I know I speak like an idiot. Do you?
It's all about me.
Is it? I was assaulted.
Were you?
We're brilliant broadcasters.
Are we?
You are out of your mind.
Am I? That sounds real good. Does it? I'm thrilled. I'm excited. Am I?
I thought I heard Negro.
Did you?
It's the Opie and Anthony Show.
Is it?
Hear what everyone else is talking about. O&A Uncut and Live, continuing the show on XM Satellite Radio starting at 9 a.m. Eastern. Visit xmradio.com to subscribe.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show.
Good morning. It's the Opie and Anthony Show. The ONA virus spreading across America. Having a good time with Chicago today. Because Phil Rosenthal is all about the local radio shows. I'm looking at our competition in Chicago. Ugh. Someday I hope we could beat crazy Howard McGee. He's crazy.
Dare to dream.
And Eric and Kathy, they're up there. Stupid Eric and Kathy.
How are they up there? Wow.
Drek in the Morning's in 10th place. Actually, they're tied for 9th place with Big John Howell and Ramblin' Ray Stevens.
We need, names, then.
And yes, this is Opie making fun of other radio names, but this isn't a radio name. It's my stupid nickname since I was 12. I'm stuck with this dumb name.
Yeah, but you need something in front of it even though, you don't like the name. You need, like Looney Opie something.
Yeah, we'll have to figure that out.
An asinine Anthony.
And Spike Odell is the king of morning radio in Chicago.
Apparently so. I guess El Pistolero is the catering to the Spanish part of the audience there in Chicago.
You think?
El Pistolero.
All right, let's do a little Karen Meyer.
Outrageous.
Local flavor.
Opie. That'd be good.
What?
Outrageous Opie.
Outrageous Opie Hughes.
Yeah, but no, it's got to be another goofy name or something.
The Art of the A-Hole. Karen Meyer, she's a deaf reporter. Look, man, I don't get it.
Yeah, there are certain...
Look, she wants to be in broadcasting or journalism, whatever. Then write.
Hey, there you go. But there are certain news agencies that like putting handicapped people to do the handicapped stories, Black people do the black stories. Asian people do the Asian stories. It's very separatist, the news, if you've noticed.
What are white people supposed to report on? Just financial success and nice things?
Milk and cookies today.
We had that crime reporter. Is he still on TV? The guy in the wheelchair that would roll in?
Yeah, he would do the same thing. He'd roll into the camera thing.
You know how reporters have to walk into the shot? He'd roll in.
Yeah, they'd start far away from the camera, and then you could tell right when they go to the shot, they'd start walking toward the camera.
Mm-hmm.
Right here in this quiet neighborhood as he's walking toward the camera. Well, the wheelchair guy would do the same thing. He'd be there, they'd go to him, and he'd slowly start rolling toward the camera. Like both the camera and him doing a dolly shot of each other.
Well, Karen Meyer, she's a deaf reporter, and you can't understand what she's saying.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you're deaf.
This is where we need Chicago's help. Do they have the words on the screen?
Oh, is it subtitled? We would know that if we were local.
Yeah, we would.
No, we wouldn't, because we'd turn this off every time this mumbling idiot got on television. Who watches her?
Well, she did a story about...
What'd she say?
About Latinos.
Did she?
With mental illness.
Ugh.
Keeping with the handicapped story thing.
I dare you to understand what she's saying.
That's right.
I defy you to understand one word out of her mouth.
The art of the deaf.
Mondo hearless.
The art of the soundless. She hears nothing. She just opens her mouth and dog-like noises spew out of her hole.
Yes, we know this is an easy target, but we can't
That's why we're hitting it.
We can't help ourselves.
What are you supposed to do when somebody throws a curveball? Let it pass or knock it over the fence?
Right.
This is a curveball. Her whole life is a curveball. Thank you.
And don't worry, she's not going to hear the abuse.
Yeah.
Hanging curve.
Then no one sign it to her either.
Yeah, really.
You have rat outs.
Don't be a buzzkill.
Don't do, with your hand. Those mother...
That's not very nice.
Well, here we go. Here we go.
And by the way, before anybody calls up, do you enjoy making fun of the handicapped? We certainly do.
Right.
Yes.
More than breathing.
It's too easy. We like the easy.
The Latino population in Chicago certainly has grown in the last decade.
The demand for health care has also increased, especially for those with mental illness. And ABC 7's Karen Meyer joins us with more this morning. Good morning.
Good early morning, Stacey and Kevin. In response to the number of Latinos on Chicago's southwest side, Westwest established a mental health center which specializes in programs for Spanish-speaking individuals with mental illness.
Wait, can you pause there for a minute? This is what political correctness is. Spanish-speaking individuals with mental illness.
Yeah.
Retarded Puerto Ricans. Why do you have to have all those words? God, the deafer you are, the less you should say.
Right.
You don't
It's just
add
easier
words.
for you.
Let's say hi to Frank in Chicago. Frank?
Morning, boys. How are you?
Good morning, Frank.
I got to tell you, they do put the words on the screen for her. The closed captioning just...
That's great.
All right. That's what we need.
And for more local flavor, it's 70 degrees in Naperville.
Oh, thank you for that.
Hey, thank you.
Hey, you guys are welcome.
That's good. That's good to know. I'm going to be strolling Michigan Avenue later.
Oh, you are?
I can spend some of my money finally.
Take a nice walk.
Yeah, why not?
Big hello to St. Charles.
Back to the story.
Spanish-speaking individuals with mental illness. Located in the Chicago neighborhood, Threadcoast Southwest Center is a busy place. The center opened 2 years ago.
Okay, terrific.
What? What?
Why? Arr! Why?
Victim of the modern age, poor girl.
Yes.
Yes, indeed.
Yes, oh dear Lord.
Well, she'll explain the services of the mental health center here in this clip.
Good.
Southwest serves people from the age of 18 to 60 years old. They provide counseling, case management, employment training, housing, and socialization.
Stop it!
Maria began the road to recovery.
How about
2
some
years
energy?
ago. Stop it! Diagnosed with a psychotic disorder. She's been hospitalized 3 times.
Hello?
This is downright depressing. I don't want to watch this.
I think it's a hoot. It's actually all I want to watch. They should have pop-up videos over her head, which just mean like a cartoon train run behind her that she doesn't hear. Bloop. Or a horse and buggy running her over.
You have her in front of a green screen, and you could just put in video of a train coming at her with her. Not a clue.
Well, whenever she talks, they should just be cartoon figures drawn behind her that are yelling, "Shut up!" Fred and Wilma.
Our listeners are going to do exactly that. You just gave them a project. Nate in Chicago. Nate.
Hello.
Let's go,
Yes,
Nate.
Sir.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey.
It's that. They only put that girl on it right before the soap operas at noontime, so nobody's watching.
Oh, really?
They do. Well, they get the women watching, and they're all, sympathetic.
Yeah. So they can feel good about themselves, that they're doing something nice for somebody?
Absolutely. All them heartwarming stories.
Yeah. That's nice.
Boys.
All right, thank you, sir.
Oh, Opie, that's nice now. Don't make fun.
Here's the outro.
To learn more about Drexel Southwest Bilingual Program, go to our website at abc7chicago.com. Go to the News tab and click on Disability Issues.
And certainly the Latino community is so huge in Chicago, just second only in the nation to Los Angeles. So a lot of need here.
Huge amount of need here.
That's what you want to promote. Hello, plummeting property values.
You use your tongue prettier than a $20 whore.
Does she? Does she slim?
Is that supposed to be sexy?
You want to do another quick one before we take another break?
What's this one about?
As long as it's uplifting.
Runners with disabilities.
Oh.
All right.
Runners with disabilities reported by the Deaf Reporter.
Aren't they called crawlers?
Got to cover all angles here, huh?
Yeah.
Because we're all equal.
Yes, we are.
Good morning, Stacey and John. Anyone who is trained for marathon knows pains. For some runners with arthritis.
Imagine she starts her report while the weather guy's still going.
She has no clue.
We got breaking news here, and but you Eric and Kathy don't make fun of her. Hey, God bless her.
I can't believe those guys would do such a thing.
Well, she's a local staple.
It's a story of courage.
Yeah.
And we're going to have her on our program today.
The segment producer is courageous for actually handing that in. Here you go. This is quality enough for television. Deaf people are taking our jobs. I'm tired of the deaf. They're taking over this country hostily.
Good morning, Stacey and John. Anyone who is trained for a marathon knows pains. For some runners with arthritis, it's their commitment to raising money for the Arthritis Foundation, which helps them cope with their physical restraints. These 4 runners with arthritis are training with the Arthritis Foundation Joints in Motion. Program Director Carrie Listoda says they have over 100 athletes in their training program.
What's that supposed to be? Some kind of sick joke?
Someone on Instant Feedback is saying that she should interview Dick Clark.
Oh, God, no.
That was Dan in Philly. And finally, the end of the story. I have no idea what she just said there.
Goodness.
What was the problem with the runner?
Who knows?
I'm not even kidding. I have no idea.
The beginning and the end, they all sound the same to me.
Right.
If you want more information about Joints in Motion, Arthritis Foundation, and the Chicago Marathon, go to our website at abc7chicago.com, click on News, and scroll down to Disability Issues. I really admire you for running another marathon.
How many?
Karen's done 5 herself.
I know. Are you doing it this year?
No, I think I'd retire from marathons, but I do love the marathon. I think it's awesome. Yeah. We'll be cheering for you and all the women.
Right, exactly. Yes.
Joints in Motion.
Yes. Thank you, Karen.
Oh my God! You could tell the news people there like,
oh boy,
let's get this over with.
Nice ears, Dick.
You bumbling incompetent.
Wow. Hey, man, if you're going to throw this on TV, we're going to make fun of it.
We certainly are, even if you're not.
That's what we do.
As soon as I get home, the first thing I'm going to do is punch your mama in the mouth.
With that, let's go to Ian in Philly. Ian.
Yo, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Hey, man.
Yo, it sounds like Karen Meyer should be interviewing Al Franken.
Ooh, do we have that clip?
Little callback.
All right, we're going to find that clip. We'll play it after the break.
All right, thanks, guys.
That's
You guys are great.
All right.
Do we have that clip as code for find that, Eric, or you're fired?
I hope we have that.
Well,
rifle through.
It's one of the greatest clips ever. All right,
she should do a story on those useless little flaps of skin on the side of her head.
They look like little candy dishes.
Try to flap them. Maybe you can fly. Put them to some use.
She puts a seashell to her head and she just wants to leave it there because it just doesn't matter.
You should just make them into planters.
Planters. Use them to plunge your sink. Whatever. Just anything but what God put them there for.
When you don't want your gum, stick it in there. What else are you going to do with those things? Those little holes into your skull? They probably shrunk from lack of use. They look like 2 fetus ears. Put your glasses on, they fall right off. Gotta staple them to your dumb head.
Good morning to Chicago and everyone else.
Hey, good morning to you, Chicago.
Local flavor, Phil.
There you go, Phil. It's the only virus spreading across America.
New York's sultry skies and ardent airwaves lends itself admirably to its own form of audio entertainment. From the supreme skyscrapers to the sanguinary savages running the detestable delis on every splendiferous street corner, the city is being infected with the outstanding O&A virus. I dare you to listen to this radio gold and not get infected. Let me first introduce to you the always gregarious Greg Opie Hugh.
What about me? What about me? I love people. We're just shock jocks.
The amazingly adept Anthony Comia.
We're good guys. Hoo-hoo, they're ripping me off. We suck.
And the smashing staffer, the loquacious little Jimmy Norton.
Welcome aboard. All over to the shoulder, it gets good. Holla. Holla. Holla.
That's terrible. I'm sorry.
The Opie and Anthony Show.
Dirty deeds, and they're done dirt cheap.
We didn't talk about our embarrassing moment yesterday.
Oh, God.
When we left.
Jimmy's going to love this one.
It's our embarrassing moment. We had a meeting. Got to come back and meet with some sponsors.
We met with the soup Nazi. Well, his people.
The soup man. Come the soup man.
Oh.
Because the soup Nazi is the character on the Seinfeld show that was based on the real guy, who apparently is even more nasty than the soup Nazi from the show.
Don't worry, Chicago. The soup is coming your way.
Yes.
Because now he's franchising.
Franchising. But with his strict, quality assurances on the soup. They had a conference room set up with all kettles of soup, and we were eating soup yesterday. It was really good.
The chicken,
really good.
Chili.
The chicken.
They're not even advertising yet, but
I know.
I'll still give him a plug. The soup man, his chicken chili, forget about it.
And I had the seafood bisque and the chicken chili, and I wanted to take more home with me. It was so good that I just wanted to I was asking, could I have one with a lid? They didn't have any lids over there. We'll send you some. Don't worry.
Yeah, sure they will.
Get out of here. Don't eat all our soup. But we had a meeting, so we were walking over. And a couple of guys approach us on the street and go, hey, Opie and Anthony. Yeah, can I grab a picture? So okay. So one guy comes up and gets in between me and Opie for the picture stance as his friend, holding the camera, goes to snap the picture. And we're noticing this guy, the camera is shaking like it's on a paint shaker.
This guy is freaking out.
Yeah, he's
and
freaking out.
Stupid us were thinking, wow, man, we must be really getting famous.
Because
this guy,
look how nervous
this guy can't even
is.
take a picture without shaking.
Look how nervous. So I got to point out, I go, man, you are shaking like crazy.
We both did. I started laughing.
Yeah.
Because I want to soften the mood. I'm
a little nervous, are you?
I'm thinking it's a fan. He loves us. He's a little nervous. Let's calm him down. So I'm like,
yeah.
You're shaking a lot.
Don't be so nervous.
Right.
Take the picture. And he's like, no, I got nervous problems.
He's got a nerve issue.
He's got some kind of nerve thing, and he was shaking because...
It's stupid us. We thought...
Like, oh, sorry, dude. I get it all the time. It's cool. It's cool.
We were so embarrassed.
Yeah, I'd really enjoy that if I wasn't walking the other way earlier and got accosted by the same guy with glasses and his fat shaking friend.
Oh, okay. You got him, too.
Yeah, and of course I'm thinking this is fantastic because you find a worse guy to take your photo.
I know. The thing is just going to be a blurred mess.
Okay, you got him, too. That's hilarious.
Yeah, they got me as I was walking. I sensed somebody walking up to me.
Were you thinking, man, I must be getting really famous. These people are getting really nervous just to get a photo with us.
No, I'm just like, look, another fat wreck without breasts that wants to talk to me.
I say that
the guy came up to us, and Master Poe, like, throws me aside like Reagan. He threw me, like, into an awaiting vehicle. It was because it was a perceived threat. The guy goes, "You Opie and Anthony?"
Oh, okay.
Like, it was one of those things, and kind of walked up to us. It kind of startled me a bit. Like, I turned around, because I'm paranoid of everybody, you know. So I kind of turned around, and Poe, like, jumped between me and Opie and the guys that were coming up. It's pretty good. I liked the move.
Whatever. I walked toward the guy and started laughing.
You walk right toward the guy that shoots you. I'd rather Poe take a bullet than me.
Guy with glass. What do you think he's going to do, stop shooting after he hits Poe? All right, you go free now.
Yeah, right?
Poe would stand there with bullets in him, making sure I ran away safely.
The guy with glasses and the fat shaking friend. Terrifying opponent. They were nice guys. Hope the pictures came out.
All right. We teased the Al Franken clip before break. Let's get this in real fast. We haven't played it in a long time.
Yeah, this is from a news program that's put on by retarded gentlemen and ladies.
It's called How's Your News?
How's Your News? Where'd this go, this show?
I don't know. It's the greatest comedy ever on cable TV.
Yeah, because it's not supposed to be a comedy.
No offense to Lucky Louie, but this is great this is great comedy, man.
A show full
it's
of
not
other
supposed to be
retards.
comedy? Oops.
Less retards on the news.
But we loved it.
They'd get profoundly handicapped and retarded people to do the news to the point where you couldn't understand them. And it had to be a comedy because when this guy tries to interview Al Franken, there is no one on the face of this earth that would understand what this guy is saying. So Al, trying to be politically correct at first, is like trying to be nice with him, but then he just kind of decides he can't understand this guy, so why is he going to, BS around with him?
There you go. So he comes up to Al Franken and tries to interview Al Franken.
I didn't understand that. I'm sorry. All righty. I'm Al Franken, and I'm covering this convention.
Yeah.
And how are you having a good time?
Yeah.
Who have you talked to so far? Bouillon. Maya. I couldn't agree more. Yeah. Really nice talking to you. I'm glad you're here. I think it's fabulous. Dan? Thanks a lot. Thank you very much. Thank you, man. Okay, have a good time.
What could that mean? Aisha ma booyah. Aisha ma booyah. Aisha ma booyah. What could that mean? Wow.
I have no idea.
He handled it pretty well, though.
But they got to bring this show back.
A lot of the people get all flustered, and they're like, hey, fella. Well, great, having a good time here. Hope you are, too. And they kind of shake their hand and walk away. Al Franken kind of got into it.
Let's say hi to Jared in Boston. Jared.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Mondo chromosomeless. Nothing but big tongues, gum, and pennies. Hi, Pinchy.
I defy you to understand a word coming out of his stupid mouth.
I defy you to not laugh in his fat, dumb face.
Asha you ba indeed. Buxom Asha you ba.
Mondo futureless.
Watch as he ruins family photos.
Well,
I defy you to differentiate between him and Pete Rose from the back.
Look at him with his Mo Howard hairdo.
We're going after all the easy targets today.
Of course.
Deaf people and retards.
Can you tell?
The Drex show.
Can you tell it's a slow news day?
My God, yes.
Kate Hudson and Chris Robinson are getting a divorce. There you go. There's the news today.
Oh, by the way, the breaking news about that is because they both have AIDS.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I read that.
You're lying.
Of course I am. By the way, thanks to the fan that pointed this out yesterday. I have to plug this stupid Hammerstein Ballroom date, November 10th. It was supposed to be on sale tomorrow. It's now on sale as of yesterday on Ticketmaster. So go to my MySpace or opieanthony.com. You can get tickets. But thank you to the fan that pointed that out.
Very, very good.
Stupid asses.
All right, moving on. Boys Beware, 1961.
Boys Beware. Oh, is this more classic warning movies?
Hold on, we're not done beating up on the retard.
Oh, we're not?
Max in Dallas. Max.
Hey, what's up, boys?
What's up, Max?
The art of the pudding brain.
Old puddin' head.
Mondo Witless. Bert in Philly again.
Little fella.
Boys Beware, 1961, anti-homosexual film targeted at teenage boys, urging them to avoid encounters with potential molesters.
Homosexuals.
And there's a character in this piece called Jimmy.
Oh,
Jimmy.
No. Mondo Vageless.
Dugout Doug.
Yeah, if you're going to play that one, you might as well make it retard hour by playing the retarded knock-knock joke.
Oh, we have that?
What was that?
Yeah, we'll find that. Thanks, Doug.
Yep.
All right.
All right.
Yeah, Boys Beware, educational film. Watch out for the homos, 1961. This is, I guess this would be a great time to say hi to San Francisco.
All right.
Here we go. Jimmy felt like hitching a ride home.
Oh.
That looks innocent enough, doesn't it? Lots of young people hitchhike. Seems like a good way to get from one place to another.
Sure.
But sometimes there are dangers involved that never meet the eye. Let's take the case of Jimmy Barnes. Jimmy played baseball all afternoon, and he didn't feel like walking home, so he decided to thumb a ride. He'd done it 100 times before, and he didn't think anything was unusual when the driver struck up a friendly conversation.
Oh, boy.
In fact, he seemed like a real nice guy. He asked Jimmy if he played baseball in the park often. Jimmy told him they practiced 3 times a week and played a rival group on Friday afternoon. The stranger was a good listener, too, and it only seemed minutes before they pulled up in front of Jimmy's house. When Jimmy got out, the stranger gave him a friendly pat. Then he told him he'd see him again, as he always drove by the park on his way home.
See you again.
I remember that, and the friendly pat just made me reassured and wanted to see the gentleman again.
Yes, a friendly pat.
Friendly pat.
Mm-mm.
It was over my nose with a rag in his hand.
This isn't going well.
No, the guy.
God, people used to do this.
Friendly pat.
Like a kid would actually hitchhike and be picked up, and the kids wouldn't think of doing that. Not this young, anyway.
Not in the good old early 60s.
No, everything was fine and dandy.
They're barely out of the 50s.
As long as you could identify the homosexuals.
Bill from Waterford. Boys, beware of Negroes and enjoy a Lucky Strike cigarette in your white neighborhood.
Lucky.
All right, yeah.
So he patted him, dropped him off at the house.
Yeah, so far so good. He got a ride home.
He got a ride home. The pat could be a little inappropriate. Maybe a little tussle of the hair. All right, kid, get out of here.
I'm thinking more of a pat to the butt, like, good game, good game.
You think it wasn't a pat on the back?
Maybe on the back.
On the back?
Yeah. Lower back, though.
Lower back?
Yeah, lower back. Well, the stranger returns the next day.
Uh-oh.
And they go fishing.
Fishing?
And look at porno during lunch. And this guy stepped right up.
Good. Day 2.
Sure enough,
Day 2.
The following day when...
I don't even want to know what day 3's about.
Oh. Day 3, Jimmy couldn't sit down for dinner. His mother asked him if there was a problem.
Sure enough, the following day when Jimmy finished playing ball, well, the man was there waiting. They stopped at a drive-in and the stranger treated him to a Coke. During their conversation, he told several off-color jokes. But Jimmy had heard others before, and, well, it made him feel big to so easily win the confidence of an older person.
Made him feel big,
yes,
all right.
I remember that time. He leaned over and whispered, 2 Jews walk into a bar.
Off-color jokes, yeah. What could they be?
Jimmy's a little too comfortable.
Yeah, he's kind of digging this whole thing.
Yeah.
Jimmy is not very perceptive.
Jimmy is
I'll give him that. Jimmy doesn't have this insight.
No.
Jimmy got a pat, and he's all happy, and an off-color joke.
And off-color jokes, and he's feeling like he's, an adult.
Knock, knock. Who's there?
I think Jimmy's a size queen. He's,
who's there? Throat yogurt.
Oh, this isn't going well for Jimmy.
No. Why are they chasing a naked guy in the water? Someone please get this story.
Yeah, pixelated naked guy on the news. He's trying to get away. He's doing a good job. He's doing the backstroke.
Well, they got him.
In an inch of water.
In like no water at all. He's doing the backwards crab crawl.
I guess that's the video of the day, huh?
And dangerous dance craze. Yeah, this is sweeping the nation.
Yeah, you get out of your car as it's rolling, and you do all sorts of fancy things on the hood of your car.
And you dance around it, and then you jump back in and start driving.
Yeah, that's
brilliant.
Those videos are all over the internet.
I love it.
Maybe Steve can help us out.
This is
where
great.
To find them.
This is a great way to just cull the human population.
God, I can't wait till the first person just loses their spine.
And then someone will get sued. Like the parents will sue the car dealer or the car manufacturer for not having an anti-idiot dancing outside his car safety switch.
Some people are saying that I'm wrecking this by telling you what the clip's about beforehand. Does it matter?
No.
Well, I like the surprise hotness of it.
Yeah, I kind of, now that we know what it's about.
Okay.
Yeah, let's get a little
trying to set up the bit a little bit. So they went fishing and they looked at porno.
Yeah, see, back in the 60s, early 60s, late 50s, things like that, they put out these educational films because the homosexual men were looked at as the perverts, just trolling around the baseball fields for young boys.
Now they're just called Chicago radio hosts.
And that's what this film is a warning of. And so far, Jimmy has gotten a ride home from the guy.
Yep.
His second day, he got a pat on the first day. Second day, he got some off-color jokes.
Off-color jokes.
All right, well, you want to move on here?
What happens the next date?
Oh, I can't wait.
Here's Jimmy.
Confidence of an older person.
Sorry about that.
The confidence of an older person.
Yeah.
That's what I want to earn.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, did we play that whole clip or did we stop?
We stopped it.
Oh, we did stop, right?
We stopped.
Why did we stop?
To enjoy Jimmy.
Why we stopped? To talk ourselves down. I mean, how do you talk with these 3 tenths?
Hotness going on.
Drive-in, and the stranger treated him to a Coke.
Oh, the drive-in.
During their conversation, he told several off-color jokes.
Oh, yeah, okay.
But Jimmy had heard others before, and, well, it made him feel big to so easily win the confidence of an older person.
You put Velcro on the ceiling.
The following Saturday, they went fishing together. By now, they were using first names. Ralph said it was more friendly.
Ralph.
Jimmy didn't.
Jimmy, come over here.
Rod game.
He really does. That knows you go to the drive-in, you go to the drive-in, you tell you jokes, that segues right into fishing. Who doesn't know that? Jimmy's a dope. I want to rape him.
The art of the hairless. Chris and Philly.
The art of the memoryless. Pretend you're eating cotton candy while the older gentleman treats you to a Coke and whispers off-color jokes into your ear with whiskey breath.
Jimmy hadn't enjoyed himself so much in a long time.
Ooh, wow.
Then during lunch, Ralph showed him some pornographic pictures. Jimmy knew he shouldn't be interested, but, well, he was curious. What Jimmy didn't know was that Ralph was sick. A sickness that was not visible like smallpox, but no less dangerous and contagious. A sickness of the mind. You see, Ralph was a homosexual, a person who demands an intimate relationship with members of their own sex.
Wow. Demands.
I want it now.
Get over here, fella.
How great is it? They called it a sickness
They
in
were like,
1961.
Yeah, this just shows, man, what the 60s were all about. Whenever anybody starts chiming in about the good old days, just remember clips like this.
He's not sick because he might be a pedophile.
Yeah,
he's sick because he's a homosexual.
He's a predator pedophile.
Right. That's his real sickness.
But they lumped him into one category.
Right.
He's what we call a homosexual. He demands sex from anybody on the street.
Well, they don't tell you that Jimmy's 41.
Right.
I want to know what jokes he was telling him.
Yeah.
Why'd the chicken cross the road? Because if you don't kiss this, I'll kill your puppy.
That isn't funny, mister. Not supposed to be.
Well, you ready for the next clip here?
I cannot wait for it.
All right, here we go.
Let me unzip.
If you're just tuning in, this is Boys Beware from 1961.
Mm-hmm.
But by now, Jimmy felt a fondness for Ralph, and they continued to go places together.
That's cute.
Ralph was generous and took Jimmy many interesting places and did many nice things for him.
Where's Jimmy's parents?
He bought presents and even gave him money. But payments were expected in return. You see, Jimmy hadn't recognized Ralph's approach soon enough. When Ralph first asked Jimmy to go fishing alone, he should have discussed it with his parents or teacher.
Or clergyman.
Finally, Jimmy told his parents, and they reported it to the juvenile authorities. Ralph was arrested, and Jimmy was released on probation in the custody of his parents.
What did he do? What did Jimmy do?
What did he do? Wear those backless jeans? He was wearing chaps while they fished.
Jimmy got arrested probably for sodomy.
They don't tell you.
They don't tell you.
You could hear the ominous music.
Yeah,
See, I'm reading into this whole thing.
Ominous music means sodomy.
Ominous music is sodomy, definitely. And the fact that he goes, he didn't know that payment was expected for these gifts that Ralph was giving him. And the ominous music there kind of lets you know, what are they going to do? It's an educational film. They ain't going to go into hardcore detail. The guy did stuff to him. Okay. And then when that happened, he finally told his parents, and Ralph was arrested, because Ralph can't just be arrested for giving the kid money or candy or something like that. And the kid was I guess, arrested for a sodomy.
Well, he told his parents, what, did they turn him in?
Yeah.
My son is a queer. Come get him.
Could you pick up my son?
Hello, police department? Could you pick up my little fag son? Yes, some man took advantage of him. I believe he's a homosexual. Wait, where's my music? Damn it. Never have the right one cued. Oh, I stepped out of character. Here we go. Where did it go?
Find it.
Hello? Hello, police department? Yes, I'd like to turn in my little boy Jimmy. It seems he was with a homosexual. Wait for the music, then. Okay, send a car.
Jimmy didn't know payment was expected, but boy, when he learned, it's sleep face down for a couple of weeks, isn't it, fella?
Yes, it was.
A lot of people are saying it sounds like Rod Serling doing the announcing.
Ooh.
From the Twilight Zone.
Wow. You think the receipt for your payment made looks something like a map of Hawaii all over the back of your superhero shirt?
Well, we got 3 more clips to play after the break.
Wow.
Boys Beware from 1961.
Boys Beware.
How hot.
We learn about the homosexual after the break.
Ah.
The art of the homosexual.
Jimmy made his way to Mantown. That's when the trouble really started.
The art of the godless.
Let's not forget Bud Light presents the Opie and Anthony Traveling Virus, the comedy event of 2006, coming soon to a venue near you. All the info is up on opieandanthony.com, as well as the lineups for all the shows.
Yes.
Tickets are selling like crazy. August 26th is the next date at the PNC Bank Arts Center in Jersey. We're going to go on vacation starting Friday. No, we'll be here Friday after Friday's show, and the next time a lot of the listeners will see us is on the stage at the PNC Arts Center. So make sure you get your tickets through Ticketmaster for that. Also, September 9th, the Tweeter Center in Camden, New Jersey for all you Philly folk. And September 23rd, the Tower City Amphitheater in Cleveland, Ohio. Tickets available through Ticketmaster.com, and all the info is up on opieandanthony.com. Presented by Bud Light, always worth it. And we'll take a break. It's the O&A virus spreading across America.
When you throw this effing show, there are 4 words that you must know. Learn to punch out.
I'm punching out. I'm punching out. Punching out. Punching out. You got the clue.
You ever do that thing where you going on?
The Opie and Anthony Show.
The Opie and Anthony Show.
You're checking out the Opie and Anthony Show. And thanks for that. Dan is in studio. And we're looking for chicks still. Women, hot girls. What's the deal?
I think any girls.
Any girls would do at this point, yes.
Start. Yeah, we need 6 girls to come down to Free FM on Tuesday, August 29th.
Here in New York.
Yep. To crawl through mousetraps blindfolded, wearing only their bras and panties, for a chance to win about $2,000.
About.
That's what the copy says.
That's nice.
We're going to have at least $2,000 on the floor. Maybe we'll throw in some other stuff. We'll see what's laying around the joint. Maybe some tickets and things like that. And then, they just crawl around blindfolded and get what they can.
If you would like to participate, email steve@foundrymusic.com. And there's lots of details on the website.
That means no one's emailing because we have to promote it today. Great. We're gonna be failures again with this bit.
Oh, why?
We tried to do it for Tool tickets. All these girls said they were coming down with their boyfriends, and it never happened.
They're scared.
How do we not get hookers showing up? I mean, they do a lot less for $300. You can win $2,000.
So now we're doing it with cold hard cash.
Go put out your feelers, Jim.
And other things. The mousetraps aren't that bad.
No. It's fun for us to watch.
Yeah, we'll make it work.
Don't hurt that bad, though, right?
All right, Boys Beware, 1961. Where were we?
When last we left...
With Jimmy.
Jimmy was released in the custody of his parents on probation, and Ralph was arrested.
For being a homosexual.
For being a homosexual. Rough.
All right. Ready for the next clip?
It's funny that they arrest the victim. It's like when the black guard walks out in Dog Day Afternoon and they throw him up against the car. He's one of the hostages.
Well, here we go. You don't want me to ruin the clip?
No, I want to be surprised.
All right, here we go.
But all homosexuals are not passive. Some resort to violence, as in the case of Mike Merrick. In the heat of competition, no one noticed the man who sat and watched. And when the game broke up and the others left, Mike decided to stay and practice a little longer.
Oh, no.
The stranger joined him. He was friendly, and, well, it was better than playing alone. But after a few shots, Mike realized he had already overstayed his time and suggested he better leave. The stranger told him if he'd like to stay longer, he'd be glad to drive him home when they finished. Sounded great to Mike. Chance to play longer and get a ride home, too. When they finished, the stranger told him he'd make a fine player someday if he got lots of practice. The companionship, the praise, the friendly attitude dispelled any misgivings Mike might have had about going with a stranger.
You know what this is doing? It's telling people how easy it is to get young boys.
I know.
Just got to give them a little praise, a little pat. Play some ball with them.
It's making me want to play basketball and go to the drive-in.
Right.
And fish.
It's so easy.
A few pornographic pictures.
That's all you need.
Fun. What a lifestyle. I deal with women and all their nonsense. All you got to do is wear tight-fitting little sported-out slacks, and an older gentleman will pay for everything.
Friendly attitude dispelled any misgivings Mike might have had about going with a stranger. He probably never realized until too late that he was riding in the shadow of death. But sometime that evening, Mike Merrick traded his life for a newspaper headline.
He killed him? Wow. Didn't see that coming.
Who saw that coming?
That was depressing. I just thought it would be a little fun.
What a buzzkill. How are you supposed to get him again if you kill him? Stupid.
Oh, poor Mike.
Public restrooms can often be a hangout for the homosexual. Bobby and his friends hadn't noticed the man who had been in the restroom when they changed.
Jimmy Norton.
His lady suggested they take the shortcut under the pier, but the others preferred to take the more traveled way home.
Yeah.
When Bobby recognized the stranger as the man in the restroom, the shortcut under the pier didn't seem like a good idea at all. After all, it's more fun to stay with your friends anyway. Bobby had made a wise decision. It may have saved his life.
The man under the pier must have been a homosexual.
They're making it sound like homosexuals are like hiding like mountain lions.
That's what they do. They're waiting for a jogger to come by and just grab them by the throat.
They're really not violent people. All they do is put stupid rainbows on everything and keep clean neighborhoods. I'd love to live in a nice gay neighborhood. There's no trash. It's all potted flower plants. They're lovely.
Bobby had met a homosexual. That night, he didn't know when he went into his room. He had new curtains on his window and plants around his house, and there was a fine bedspread that matched the window treatments. Yes, a homosexual had come into his room and redecorated.
People are asking if the shortcut was under the porch.
Yeah, you gotta watch out.
Under the porch.
All right. And finally, we end Boys Beware from 1961.
His name was Chicago's own John Wayne Gacy.
With this clip.
Local angle.
I see.
The decision is always yours, and your whole future may depend on making the right one. So no matter where you meet a stranger, be careful if they are too friendly, if they try to win your confidence too quickly, and if they become overly personal. One never knows when the homosexual is about. He may appear normal.
Is about.
He may gyp you out of $50,000 you're owed for a radio program, and then move to a competing satellite company.
He may write very small to compartmentalize.
When the homosexual is about.
Oh, that's very funny. Just traipsing and lurking.
Looking.
Well, Mary Kelsey from Kansas doesn't like this.
Mary!
Enough of the boring old radio stuff. I know it's hard to fill all those hours, but how about some current topics, sports, personal life, anything but more of this crap.
Okay.
Current?
Mary Kelsey is a whore. What do you think of them apples? How's that for current?
Mary, change the dial.
Yeah, just die already.
Everyone else is giving their dumb angle on Kate Hudson and Chris Robinson.
Well, you big divorce, though. They're separated.
Oh, this is fun stuff. I'm enjoying it. For like a little nostalgia?
She probably has a fag kid or something.
Mary.
Maybe that's it.
What would you like us to talk about? Write us back in the instant feedback.
Or call in.
I mean, you want to hear about current events. Look in the paper. There's not much going on today that isn't depressing.
All right. There was a turnpike tragedy here. A 4-year-old Queens girl survives a New Jersey crash that leaves 4 dead. Should we start improving?
That's Karna. No one knows when the bitchy C will be lurking about.
On instant feedback.
Yes, on your instant feedback.
She's also known as the Buzzkill.
No wonder Jimmy wants to fish and view pornography with an older gentleman, so he doesn't have to deal with broads like that. At least the older man doesn't judge you when you get a little tent going.
Gives you a little pat.
He understands some encouraging words. All right, sure, you play ball, and then he rapes and kills you in a ditch.
Yeah.
Take your chances.
Not like this ragging, nagging bitch.
And this is far from boring. I got to start that clip over again.
Yeah.
'Cause that line was really funny.
The decision is always yours, and your whole future may depend on making the right one. So no matter where you meet a stranger, be careful if they are too friendly, if they try to win your confidence too quickly, and if they become overly personal. One never knows when the homosexual is about. He may appear normal, and it may be too late when you discover he is mentally ill.
Jesus.
So keep with your group, and don't go off alone with strangers unless you have the permission of your parent or teacher.
Wow.
Or teacher.
Yeah, what if he is your teacher?
Yeah.
Let's go to Joe in Jersey. Joe.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Joe.
I'm a homosexual guy, and I find it very offensive.
Do you?
What part of it?
Well, here's the one thing, and you're going to hang up when I say this because you guys don't like controversy, but
No.
can you imitate somebody else even more?
What do you mean, sir?
What are you talking about?
I've heard the same thing on another radio show about 2 years ago.
Well, you got to figure this is from 1961, so it's probably been played on a few radio shows over the years, I would say. We didn't go on saying, hey, some groundbreaking, brand new audio, but it's our take on it. You know, we get to listen to it, have fun and comment, and it doesn't mean that everyone's heard it.
All right, don't hang up on me, but which one of you guys is the blonde hair guy? That's all I want to know.
Why?
Why, sir?
Do you like him?
You look exactly like the guy from Queer Eye from a Straight Guy.
Who, Carson? I would say
That's
Opie
all you got, Joe?
Opie looks nothing like Carson from Queer Eye.
Joe, do you want to improv a little more? Go ahead.
Yeah.
A lot of people say I look like a lot of different people, but I never got
Carson
that one.
from
So
Queer Eye, Joe.
Guys, you're up to
What else,
And
Joe?
one thing, you don't have to keep saying "don't hang up on me."
hang up on you, dude.
We're not the show that hangs up on people that don't. He hung up.
He hung up. We
As
didn't hang up on him.
jackass. They always do that too. Now don't hang up. We're not hanging up.
Yeah, douche, keep talking.
Whatever you want to say. More rope, the better. They never have anything to say.
The only thing I hate when a caller does is the forced, phony laughter.
Yeah. Hey, you look like the Queer Eye guy.
Yeah, really?
Does he?
That's what you got?
I get Owen Wilson and many others. I
Well,
get
From who?
I swear to God, I get Owen Wilson with, but I don't have the weird,
funny.
I think I saved it right.
I think it was just funny. You were gonna
They
say
even
funny.
they photoshopped that one on Whackbag. Yeah, I don't see that one, but
College student.
I get college students. I get we get the Hall and Oates. We get a lot of dummies.
Yeah, we've gotten that one.
We get a lot of dumb ones.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you want some local news? We'll give you some current events there, Mary. Before break, we'll play
What's
this.
her name, Mary? What did I call? I called her a different name.
Hole. Of what was it again?
I don't know. I should pay attention.
I also like the fact that even though their hero's not on vacation, why are they listening to our show? Where's your pal? Listen to your buddy. Oh, they're listening.
Are you frustrated that he's taking the whole month of August off?
They're coming around. Oh, they don't like it at first. At first, they don't really like it. They tune in. And maybe they're offended by something or think their friends are being ripped off. But before you know it, they're listening to the show every day. You've got the virus. And not the one given by the homosexual. Jesus. Did we ever get on the air and go, here it is, folks. Hold on to your seats, strap in, brand new audio that no one's ever played on the air. It's from 1961.
And your hero wasn't the first one to play it. Many shows played the educational films over the years.
If he played it 2 years ago, I think we played like old stuff
3 years ago. Oh, no, we
like
weren't allowed to
5
work
years
3
ago.
Right.
It's ridiculous to keep going back and forth like that.
All right, let's go to Bill in Alabama. Bill.
Well, good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, Bill.
Hello, Bill.
Hey, what about Jimmy's real-life adventure with the older homosexual that tried to pick him up in the hot tub?
Oh, yeah, when I was in Los Angeles, I went to a spa. And he had the bluest eyes. I told you, he looked like Malcolm McDowell. And I'm nude in the hot tub because I didn't bring a bathing suit.
Because you're stupid.
No, but there was nobody in the locker room. It was a huge, big spa locker room. And there's 2 hot tubs.
But at that point, I would have went in my underpants.
Nah, I can't.
I've done that before. You go in your underpants.
No.
So I'm sitting there alone.
You have some coverage.
You need swim trunks.
No, I didn't have them, though. I didn't know.
Where were your swim trunks?
I didn't bring my swim trunks. I normally wear Speedo bikini brief swim trunks.
Oh, good.
And this older guy looks like Malcolm McDowell with really blue eyes, gets up and there's 2 hot tubs, and he starts walking towards mine, eating an apple.
All of a sudden, your tub became hotter.
It looked like a bowl of clam chowder we were sitting in. And he sits in there, and he's looking across at me from across the hot tub, and I feel his foot bump my foot under the water.
That's a signal.
That certainly is. Mm-hmm. So is when I yanked mine away. Like pliers had grabbed it.
Did he still try to...
He tried to make small talk. I was ignoring him, and then he touched my foot again, and I just finally left the tub. And I felt so awful as I got out in my glistening, boyish ass.
You're naked.
Ladder as I walked out. What a show I gave that guy.
Oh, he must have just been... Did you feel his eyes just burning?
He's still thinking about it. How could he not be? Not a hair on it. I defy you to find a hair.
The art of the hairless.
Hairless.
The twink. All right, we'll take a break because now we're late. Yeah, no problem. Man stabbed in the Winky when we get back. Ooh. Ghost riding story. This is the craze of everyone jumping around on their cars while they're moving and stuff.
Oh, is that what it is?
Well, it's interesting because Good Morning America did the story, and they refused to say Chinese fire drill at the end of the story.
Oh, is that what it's called? Yeah, that's what it used to be called, but you would stop your car.
Yeah, in the old days, red light.
Yeah.
Listen up, you youngsters. We were crazy.
This was something like I heard my parents talk about.
But they've upped
it. It's like Fonzie does this.
I'm glad to know the youth of America have upped the ante.
Yeah.
Because for many years, man, you stop at a red light, oh, Chinese fire drill is yelled, and everyone runs out of the car and does a little something and jumps back in different positions.
It was in American Graffiti.
Yeah. Well, now it's they don't stop the car. They jump out. They jump on the hood, the roof, what have you. Do a little thing as the doors open and the car's moving. They get crazy.
That's interesting. It is being pointed out. We played that clip 4 years ago.
Oh, did we?
Yeah, we did.
This is a clip that was played on NEW?
Yeah.
So we probably
we
played
don't even remember.
Honestly, we probably played it before Howard. Yeah. Probably. But we don't really try to pay attention to that stuff, you asses.
My girlfriend, she tripped and hurt her foot. I couldn't make it to my producer of 20 years of father's funeral. That's a brutal move.
Wait, what happened?
Oh, you didn't hear about that one?
No.
Beth seems to have hurt her little foot. Didn't break it. Just kind of hurt it. I guess a fracture. Didn't need a cast or anything. And that kept Howard from going to the funeral of his producer of 20 years. Gary, going to the funeral of his father, or even the wake.
What a douchebag!
Didn't go to either. 20 years, you put that guy where he is now. Gary's behind the scenes work puts it where it is, and he doesn't even show up at the guy's father's wake. Sorry, I just you don't want if that ain't a scumbag move, because she hurt her foot.
Well, it was sunny in the Hamptons. You don't want
exactly. He didn't want to cut his vacation in the Hamptons short.
He didn't want to miss a nice sunny day in the Hamptons, hobnobbing with the celebrities.
There you go.
And the who's who.
That's it. Yeah. You think he cares about the listeners when he doesn't even give a flying F about guys that made him for 20 years?
He only cares about himself. You know, when my dad died 2 years ago, people came out of the woodwork. My enemies came to the wake.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The whole staff came.
Yeah.
This is what you do.
My stupid ex-wife showed up.
I believe she did.
Thank God it was day 2.
I believe she
Oh, my God, thank God.
I believe she did, yeah. Yeah, that was a little awkward.
Must have been, huh?
Little bit.
Jesus.
But what are you going to do, you know? They support you during a horrible thing.
20 years the guy gave his sweat for that guy, and he doesn't drive from the Hamptons to Uniondale.
And what's the excuse?
Beth hurt her foot. Hurt her foot. Your chick hurt her foot. She could lay down there for a while you show up at probably one of the most tragic moments in one of your closest coworkers' history.
Yeah, losing your father is just
believe me, I know. It's the worst. And this guy couldn't show up. Couldn't cut his little vacation short in the Hamptons. There's your hero. So shut the F up, all right? Enough. Guy's a scumbag.
Let's go to Tim in Jersey. Tim, what's up?
Good. I just want to tell you guys why you guys will never be as good as Howard, and you suck.
All right. Hey, Tim, first of all, I'll stop you. Do you know that we're better than Howard right now as you're trying to trash us?
You know we have more listeners than he does right now.
Do you realize we're on 25 radio stations, and that number's getting bigger every day? Plus, we're on XM, which is a bigger satellite company than Sirius.
Do you know we have more listeners?
Why we'll never be bigger than Howard when we're bigger than Howard right now? How does that make you feel?
You guys suck.
Then why are you listening, Tim? Why are you listening? Why are you listening?
I'll tell you why I'm listening.
All right, go ahead.
Because I just haven't got my satellite radio yet.
So then get an iPod, you ass.
You haven't gotten a satellite radio, so it was so important.
So why? Hold on, Tim. Why are you listening to us then?
Yeah, why listen to us?
It's been 6 months.
Shut up.
6 months, scumbag.
Shut up.
6 months.
You know who David Blaine is?
6 months you've waited to get a satellite radio. You're not a loyal fan, dude.
Is this guy? Wait, this guy might be a plant. He might be one of our fans.
Hate this. Just like you guys have to compare yourself to Howard.
6 months, buddy.
Compare.
You're not a good fan, dude. You're just you're a little scumbag.
Hey, Tim, do you call? Hey,
Why
Tim,
didn't you get a
do you call him when he?
dude?
Do you call him when he talks about us? Do you call him when he talks about us? Listen how frustrated. Listen the frustration of the Howie fan.
We're getting under your skin, Tim.
The frustration of the Howie fan 2006. What's the matter? Can't afford the Sirius satellite for your hero? Why don't you call him up and say, why didn't you go to your producer's father's wake, you selfish bastard? Why didn't you ask him that? Why don't you ask him that, Tim? Big fan that isn't listening. That's listening to the Opie and Anthony show, Tim. Don't you understand? You're listening to our show, and that's all we give a crap about, Tim.
Do you understand the people that really do like Howard and hate us? They're not listening.
They're not listening. Keep listening. Keep listening.
You're a good boy. Just keep listening, boy.
Your hero's glory days are gone.
Keep listening. Be a good boy and listen.
Be one of the few 100,000 listening to him as millions enjoy the Opie and Anthony show. And you are one of those millions, Tim. Keep listening, Tim.
I haven't got my satellite radio.
I didn't get it yet.
You broke douche.
I didn't get it yet. Call Howie. Maybe he'll mail you one.
Thank you, Eric. Almost 9 months. What a good fan.
Yeah, almost 9 months later, and you haven't got. You couldn't scrape a few pennies together.
What a douche. Oh, he's the rapid talk guy.
More listeners than your hero. How does it feel, jackass?
Keep
more listeners.
Keep listening, sweetie.
It's fact. Look it up. Look that up in your funkin' wagnall. You jackass.
Just keep listening.
Shut up.
Keep listening, little boy. Just
keep listening, Timmy. Little Timmy didn't want to listen, but he couldn't afford to listen to his hero Howie.
So he had to go and watch pornographic photos while fishing with an older gentleman. Just keep listening.
He was noodling in the front seat of a car.
He's going to ask his friends, did he hear me on the Opie and Anthony show? And his friend's going to have to tell him that he was drowned out the whole time.
Yeah.
Great job, Tim. Great job.
Good job.
You're a non-fan, dude.
You played right into it, man. You played right into it.
You're just a scumbag and a non-fan. I'd respect the guy if he went to Sirius and never listened to this station again. Fine.
Don't listen.
The reality is Howard went for the paycheck. God bless him. He was in Forbes' second highest paid, celebrity or something.
God bless.
God bless for that. But he didn't see the real deal, which was to do both. We saw that well over a year ago, and we're doing it. And we're on 22 radio stations, and we're on XM, which is a much bigger satellite radio company than Sirius. So what do you got to say about that, Tim? Nothing, obviously.
I hate guys who are just not. If you're not a good fan, don't be a good fan. But then don't call and act like you are, man. If you can't get a satellite radio in 9 months, you're not a good fan.
And to the Howard fans, you're pathetic. He doesn't give a crap about you.
Oh my God!
He's never cared about you guys. He doesn't care. He just wants a big paycheck and hang out in the Hamptons.
Went for the check and as much time off as he could possibly squeeze in.
He doesn't give a crap about you guys, so you should just stop.
And since we've talked about
he doesn't even care about his own people around him that made him big.
And I love how this guy chimes in. We're talking about him for the first time in I don't know how long, at any length. And you always talk about him. I wonder how many calls he gets when he brings us up. You know, like when he says that he could keep us off of Letterman.
Yeah.
Have we heard anything about that?
Yeah, that was recent.
Yeah.
That was one of the recent things.
Did you call him up, Tim, and say, why do you always talk about O&A? No, because you're a brainwashed zombie. But you're listening to our show.
Just keep listening.
Keep listening,
Tim.
That's all.
Keep being rapid talk guy. Funny character. I'm rapid talk. Are you?
You know, you distracted me, though. Or
What
he
happened?
did. Tim did. So that's the real story? I swear to God, I had no idea.
Yeah, that's the real story.
So we heard about, his father dying, and that sucks.
Yeah, it's tragic.
And that's where the two shows are different. We're not going to make fun of that.
You don't make fun of that.
Although Howard had a field day when my dad died. Man, that's brave radio.
Yeah, he's fun like that. And then when there's still a score
to be settled as far as that goes. Trust me on that. Trust me on that. So he dies, and what? Howard does not show up to any of the
no, nothing
proceedings
because Beth hurt her foot.
That's the excuse he's using.
That's the excuse he's using.
What a loser.
That's it.
What a loser.
That is a scumbag, is what it is. Because you got a guy that built your career. You got a guy like Gary that behind the scenes does so much for that show. He put Howard where he is now. And then for 20 years of that hard work, you don't even get the common decency and respect to have the guy show up at your father's wake. You know, screw you.
I hope Gary has the balls to call him out on it. Unfortunately, he doesn't. Unfortunately, he doesn't. But, I mean, that's up to him.
Good move.
I probably shouldn't even say that. That's
Good
up to
move.
him. But I couldn't imagine, looking at him again.
No. And you know he can't be looking at him the same way. You can't walk in there and just smile and go, hey, all right. Your chick got a boo-boo on her foot.
Yeah,
I understand.
Yeah,
Your chick got a boo-boo on her foot. She got a boo-boo out in the Hamptons. And, you didn't want to drive out. Yeah. Whatever. She's a big girl. I think if she had a little problem with her foot and needed to get attended to, you would think you could make an appearance.
Wrap it up, get crutches, and go.
Yeah.
The sun in the Hamptons will still be there. Let's go to Danielle in Jersey. Danielle.
Yes, hello.
Daniel, what's up?
Hey, can I call you guys the Dukes of Half-Ass Radio?
I don't know what that
we
is,
didn't
sir.
quite catch that. What was that, sweetie?
Instead of the King.
The Dukes of Half-Ass Radio.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Gotcha.
The Dukes of what?
Thank you, sir.
What a mumbling non-American.
It's the O&A virus spreading across America. We're real late, so why don't we take a break? We'll continue. The phones. Wow. We woke up some people today, huh?
Wake up.
Well, we'll go to the phones next. 1-866-313-FREE. Man stabbed in the Winky. We got the ghostwriting story where they refuse to say Chinese fire drill. We want to try to do homeless radio today. I don't think we're going to get to that. We got Jim's religion discussion, heavily bleeped for commercial radio, which makes it kind of funny to see what you can't do on regular radio. Retard locked in timeout room. It just goes on. And we got to do that local weather break for everybody.
Oh, yes.
And you're like, what? I'm one of 22 radio stations you're broadcasting on. No, we have local weather for everybody. And we'll do that again next. Oh, and Tommy Chong is here. Holy crap. It's the O&A virus spreading across America.
It seems like every hole in my body is exploding every liquid imaginable.
Our adult fantasy playroom is open.
I'm scared.
Hear what everyone else is talking about. O&A Uncut and Live, continuing the show on XM Satellite Radio starting at 9 a.m. Eastern. Visit xmradio.com to subscribe.
Opie and Anthony. The Opie and Anthony Show.
That's right. It's the Opie and Anthony Show. The O&A virus spreading across America. We got Bruce in San Francisco. Bruce, what's up?
What's going on, guys?
Hey.
This is what you guys call it, edgy radio?
It's not edgy or not edgy. It just is what it is.
It's called, it's called our show. Why? What's up?
I think it's horrible that you guys want to make fun of gay men or whatever.
How are we making fun of gay men, sir?
How are you making fun of them?
Yeah, I thought we were kind of playing a tape from 1961 and showing how ridiculous the ideology was back then.
I just don't think it's edgy at all. Is there music in the background still playing on your end?
No, I think that's coming from your phone. What service you have?
Verizon.
Oh, yeah, they're playing music now in the background of everybody's calls.
Oh, really? Okay.
Bruce.
Yeah.
What did you find offensive by that, or I don't get it.
You're not describing what they're doing to them little boys.
All right, are you trying to be funny now?
Bye, Bruce. We don't have time for you.
See, he tried to be funny.
He was improving.
It was awful. Hey, we got Tommy Chong in studio. What's up, Tommy?
Hey,
hello, Tommy.
Guys, man?
We talked to you about a year ago, I think.
Yeah. You guys gay baiting again?
Huh?
Are you guys gay baiting?
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh, good.
Chatting about the hotter aspects of the lifestyle, and somebody get upset.
See, some people don't understand things. They take everything at face value, and they don't look at the fact. We played a tape from 1961, and it was about how, one of those educational tapes about how boys should look out for homosexuals. and it was
you
real.
Got serious about it?
It's real from back then, but people apparently think...
They called it a disease back then.
Yeah, the disease.
Before the actual disease.
and they hear it on our show, and for some reason think that we're saying it, or we're condoning it, or anything, instead of pointing out how silly people were back then in what is known as the good old days by a lot of people.
Yeah, before the don't ask, don't tell era.
Yeah. So you get a guy like that'll call up and say he's offended by it or something. You're like,
that's too bad. Anyway, I'm kind of mad at gays right now.
What happened?
I got a bad review in L.A.
Did you?
For your book?
A bitchy fag review, yeah.
What happened?
They
didn't like it?
Yeah, you got it here.
Do you do gay baiting in it? In your book,
in the book?
Is that what it is?
Not at all. No.
Well, what's the name of the book? I don't have it.
I Chong.
What's
it called?
Meditations from the Joint.
From the Joint, yeah.
Which is a nice play on words there. Yeah. The joint being jail, which you spent time in, and joint
I did
being
9 months and
a joint.
I wrote a book, and I didn't actually, all that homo stuff in jail. It's not true.
It isn't, because everybody you talk to in jail says it's not true. No. But it's the deterrent that keeps everybody that's been in jail out of jail. Because that's the only... Jail sounds great.
Yeah.
They feed you. There's a place to sleep. There's a library if you need. You want to work out and get big like an animal, you could do that.
Yeah.
The one bad thing is all that sex with men. That seems to be the thing people don't want to go to jail for.
Well, it's not true. At least I didn't.
Not for Tommy Chong.
Well, it's the lack of choice in the sex with men. If you want to do that, fine. But if you're just eating your oatmeal and the next thing you know, you're face down on the table.
Right.
It's got to be very uncomfortable.
Well, I was in a camp, and so, you had to really behave properly. I mean, your attitude had to be great. If you even looked at the guard wrong, they could pull you out of line and stick you into the real jail.
The real jail. You like the camp.
We were boundary trained. We had a little chalk line around the whole camp, and you couldn't go beyond that chalk line.
Wow.
And if you did, you could be in trouble,
Get put in the bad prison.
That was the wall, a chalk line?
That's all.
Wow, you did tough time, man.
Yeah.
He made an escape. He moonwalked over the wall.
No, they was
just like Alcatraz. Watch out.
But you got nowhere to go, When you escape, you're in the middle of the desert, And they usually go to the same place, which is the closest thing would be a Burger King. And they would go dressed in their prison garb, and then they'd make a phone call, and then usually some off-duty cop, because the whole town was, off-duty guards. That's what lived there. And they would
pick you up?
They would see the guy, he's got his prison garb on. They would just...
I like a prison you could escape from with an eraser and a piece of chalk. Because you just erase a piece of the line and make it a little bigger. Then you kind of mill about, and erase it again until there's this big bulge leading to another state.
Or to the airport.
Well, the first guy that ever escaped from the camp when they opened it, he was a black kid. He's kind of retarded, and he didn't know why he was in jail, And when his grandmother would come to visit him, he'd say, "I want to go home. I don't like it here." And they said, "Oh no, you can't go home." And so one night he just put his shoes around his neck, and he had boots and no, actually he just left. He just seen some lights in the distance and just
walked toward him.
Walking.
Yeah.
Well, there was a viaduct in between him and the lights and him, and so he swam across the viaduct, got on the other side, got on the road, and a patrol car come and stopped. Picked him up, and they said, "What's up?" And he said, I'm going home." He said, "Well, where do you live?" "Well, I'm going there," he said. Pointed to the lights, and they said, "Well, that's Bakersfield." He said, "Well, where do you want to go?" He says, "I want to go home." He said, "Well, where do you live?" "In L.A." He said, "Well, you need to take a bus." Okay, so they drove him to the bus stop.
Jeez, they didn't even think he would be an escaped prisoner?
He's soaking wet. He's got boots around his neck, and...
Well, that's a show. Who's that, Barney Fife?
That's who was the cops, and so then the alarm went off, that he was escaped. By that time, he was halfway home on the bus, and they phoned ahead and had the bus pull over, and then they picked him up.
They probably just didn't want to listen to him babble, drive him back to the jail.
Yeah, all right, we'll put you on a bus.
Just get on the bus. Let them deal
Talking
with it.
about puppies and pinwheels again.
How long were you in prison there, Tommy?
I did 8 months in the camp, and then I did one...
Just for selling bongs, right, or whatever?
Yeah.
And then 1 month
Well, it wasn't even my company. It was my son's company. And they wanted to make an example of Tommy Chong because of the movies I made.
Yeah,
they even
horrible drug movies. Did they?
They brought that up in court. They said that I deserved to go to jail because I made millions of dollars making fun of law enforcement.
Well,
boy,
I would say you deserve to go to jail for a couple of the movies. But I enjoyed many of them.
You're joking, right?
Teasing, of course. They're all classic.
I felt a lot safer.
I still will watch Up and Smoke when it comes on.
I know, me too.
It is still very funny.
Next movie is my favorite, though. Of all of them, I would have to say that's because... that
was the first one I directed.
Oh, did you?
Officially. I directed all of them, but officially directed that one.
Yeah, that one really makes me happy.
Yeah, there's a lot of people told me that they go to film school and they teach, they use part of the movie as an example of, some film experience.
Really? Because that's not always good. They use one of our appearances in Buffalo as an example, too. And it's what never, ever to do at an appearance.
It's true.
At a live appearance,
You guys
it's in all the literature.
A few times.
Yeah, a couple of times we kind of tripped over our own
today's an
junk.
anniversary for us there, Tommy. 4 years ago today.
Oh, wow.
The church?
Was it?
Yeah, 4 years ago today we did the Sex for Sam.
Wow.
Yeah.
Was it? Oh, happy
anniversary? It seems like 10. Wow.
Yeah.
Really?
That's wonderful.
Every time I drive by a church, I think of you guys.
Thank you.
Hey, well,
so do we.
Hey, what did you like about prison?
What did I like?
Yeah. There had to be something you liked about it. When you realized, well, I got to do this. I'm going to be here for 8 months. Was there anything that you went, hey, this is pretty cool?
You know what I really liked was the stories I got from people. Everybody had a story, and
were they all innocent?
A good deal. And I would catch them. I'd catch him. Like there's one friend. He still writes me, Howard. He was Indian. He is an Indian sweat lodge leader, and he was telling me how innocent he was, and he's appealing and everything else, and he's in there for methamphetamine. And so one day I just said, I just off the top of my head, I says, "Hey, Howard, do you know how to make methamphetamine?" He goes, "I got the best recipe." Oops. And it was like, then later when I turned in, he was in charge of giving out tools, and when I turned the tools back in, he says, "But I got it while I was in prison. I got the recipe."
Oh yeah, he had to make the excuse after he saw you next time.
Yeah.
Everyone's innocent though.
Yeah, but there was a couple of guys that were legitimately innocent.
Well, you were pretty wrongly put into jail. I mean,
yeah. Well, there was one guy that was put in jail. He had to pick his own charge because what he was a tax consultant, and he come up with this OJ retirement plan. You know, like OJ's money is protected because
untouchable. Yeah,
untouchable. And so, what was it called? I forget what it's called. But anyway,
murder?
They can't touch it.
Double homicide.
Double homicide.
No,
your wife and her friend.
Something comes to mind.
Anyway, it's untouchable, and he figured out a way that you could do that with your own personal finances.
Oh, that's nice.
The government, you know, a couple of his clients did it and got away with it. And so the government traced it to him, and they called him in and said, "You're going to jail. You know, you're going to stop doing this, and you're going to jail." And they had to charge him with evading income taxes.
Yeah, that's usually the good one.
Never evaded. You know, he always paid. Well, he never had to pay because he had that system.
The system. Anybody that works out a system where you're not paying taxes. They'll figure out a system to put you in jail because it's just not going to work.
That's what the federal government can do. They can just pick anybody. And now with the Patriot Act, man, I mean, you can go. That's why I had to quit the marijuana logs when I was doing it. I was on probation, and I couldn't take the chance, man, because you know, when you're on probation, if you see a crime and you don't report it. That's considered a violation, and you can go. You're subject to go. You know, you could go to jail for 5 years.
How long do you have to do this now? How long?
How
long's your you're off probation.
I'm totally off probation.
So you could see crimes now and walk away like everybody else does.
Enjoy them.
That's why I can hang out with you guys. You know?
Yeah.
I got no problem. But before that, you know,
that'd be great if Tommy Chong was like trying to give you any crap. All you'd have to do is light up a joint and you'd have to run away. Right?
No,
like,
I'd have
back
to
in your
report it.
pussy.
You'd have to report it.
You'd have to report it.
You'd have to report it.
To
well,
my
you'd have
probation
to get to a phone.
officer within 24 hours.
Really?
Yeah.
So what are we going to get from this book there, Tommy? Meditations from the Joint, Tommy Chong.
Oh, man, it's so good. I mean, I just got to tell people, you got to buy it, because if you make me rich, I will change this world. I will. I agree.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And the book will do. You got to be getting some money from the movies.
I got enough to pay my taxes, you know.
Yeah, pay those taxes.
I'm doing okay.
I saw a picture in there of you and Cheech and Geraldo, and you all look really stoned on a couch.
That's when That's when Cheech and I broke up. You can see him and Geraldo are hugging.
Yeah.
And you see I'm off to the side. Yeah. That's when I had them. That was actually the last picture that Cheech and I took together.
Really?
We broke up when we did a movie called After Hours with Martin Scorsese and Griffin Dunn. And we did that movie, and we were over at Geraldo's house after one of the shoots, the night shoots, and Geraldo was really drunk.
Yeah, he looks pretty hammered.
He sang a song. He kept playing the song over and over again. For all the girls I loved before.
Doesn't seem like a Geraldo song.
Ooh.
Although, it is true.
Yeah.
Hey, is he one of the Spanish guys that kind of started influencing Cheech? Yeah,
totally.
Geraldo.
Well, just by example, Geraldo was very rich, being straight, and that's what Cheech really wants to go straight and be like Geraldo.
Really?
But he wants to do a movie with me, but he wants me to go, be like Don Johnson. But I can't go that way, man.
There was kind of this whole thing where he didn't like how Spanish people were being portrayed.
Yeah.
And that was because of the influence of a lot of people, I guess.
Yeah.
And that was
when
the end of Cheech and Chong.
He started the whole, hey, man, what's happening?
Yeah, that's a little odd, And then you look at your bank account and see how that's done for you.
How many people have done that, as soon as they make it, renounce, JJ.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's
Jimmy Walker, yeah.
And pretty soon Cheech will have it in his contract. Hey, if you want him to say, hey, man, or what's happening, it'll cost you $1,000.
Yeah, it's like the let's get ready to rumble guy, One of your catchphrases is going to cost a lot of money to come out of my mouth.
Oh, yeah, Jimmy Walker wants extra $2,000 or something to say dynamite?
Dynamite.
Well, now it's down to like $1 or
is it?
Because
but he only says firecracker.
$45 on a late show. He'll mumble it a couple of times.
Yeah, his phone's not ringing.
Nobody cares if you say it. You've been on TV since '78.
Yeah. But the bad review I got, they said I'm such a stoner, and I'm so dopey. And it was like I couldn't get a better review.
Yeah.
Because that's what I am.
What you are, yeah.
And if anything, the book, I go off into some, personal details of my life. which was embarrassing when I got the galleys back because, it gets, down in personal when I'm in my early lives. But so I was worried that it wasn't really stoner enough. And then this guy comes up and says, it's too stoner. All right,
you're in then.
Yeah.
I like a book with some pictures in it.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, I like
especially a celebrity
book. Thin book, that you can read.
Yeah. I like big print.
So yeah, me too.
Big print and
Real
some
big
pictures.
Print. Yeah, and pictures.
You got pictures of the family and everything.
Yeah.
And
we gotta take a break. We have to take a break. We're late here.
Give the big plug.
Yeah, Tommy Chong, Meditations from the Joint. In bookstores now, right, Tommy?
Yeah, right now. Borders, and Barnes & Noble, and,
Right on.
Amazon.com.
Hey, and I got just offered, on the email, they want to do an interview in the Gay and Lesbian magazine in Palm Springs, California.
Oh, yeah?
And they're going to put me on the cover. And I wrote them back, I said, this won't make me gay, will it?
Just make sure that's a bong they hang in front of your face.
Be smoking some different joints soon. All right, Tommy, thank you so much.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Thanks, man.
It's Tommy Chong, everyone. When we get back, we got a bunch of things we got to squeeze in before we get out of here.
Right.
But it's always a pleasure there.
Thanks, guys.
It's the only virus spreading across America.
Hey, you're listening to the Opie and Anthony Show.
Yep. Okay. The Opie and Anthony Show.
I think we should do a speed round on the Opie and Anthony Show. Squeeze some things in here.
Ooh.
If you weren't listening earlier, we went over this article that Chicago had in their paper there about local radio.
How syndicated radio comes into Chicago and, takes away the local guys.
Local flavor.
The local flavor. And it's really the local people that the Chicago audience wants to listen to. Really?
No.
Boy, this guy sure is pigeonholing you guys in Chicago.
No, they want to listen to something that's entertaining and funny and makes you maybe think about some things.
That's right.
Doesn't matter where it's coming from. So RPI, one of our faithful listeners, he came up with this production piece. He wanted to make it local for everybody out there. And you say, how? You guys are on 22 some odd radio stations right now.
How would you do?
Well, this is how he did it. RPI.
Opie and Anthony present your local forecast minute for Tuesday, August 15th.
I want to laugh, but I'd also like to know if I should wear a slicker.
Good morning, New York City. Showers mainly before 9 a.m. Partly cloudy with a high near 88. High at Philadelphia, a chance of showers and thunderstorms mainly before noon. Mostly cloudy with a high near 87. Old Dallas, partly cloudy and hot with a high near 102. Heat index values as high as 107. Top of the morning to you, Boston. Periods of rain mainly between 9 a.m. and noon. High near 86. Chow, Pittsburgh. Partly cloudy with a high near 80. Good afternoon, Cleveland. Partly cloudy with a high near 80. Hi-ho, West Palm Beach. Scattered showers and thunderstorms mainly afternoon. Partly cloudy with a high near 89 degrees. Buenos Dias, Detroit. Mostly sunny with a high near 83. Hope you're enjoying the drive at 5, Columbus. Partly sunny with a high near 81. Happy Tuesday afternoon, Rochester. Partly cloudy with a high near 78. Bonjour, Washington, D.C. A chance of showers and thunderstorms mainly before noon. Partly cloudy with a high near 89. Hey there, Chi-Town. It's going to be windy. I'm just joshing with you. Sunny with a high near 81. Hi, San Francisco. Widespread low clouds and fog in the morning, clearing back to the beaches by midday. Highs in the 60s. Toodles, Providence. Mostly cloudy with showers in the morning, then partly cloudy in the afternoon. Humid with highs in the mid-80s. Guten Morgen, New London. A chance of showers and thunderstorms mainly before noon. Mostly cloudy with a high near 81. Hello, Grand Rapids. Mostly sunny with a high near 80. Hola, Albuquerque. Scattered showers and thunderstorms mainly afternoon. Mostly cloudy with a high near 83. Howdy, Portland, Maine. Showers and thunderstorms likely, mainly between 8 a.m. and 9 a.m. Cloudy then gradually becoming partly sunny with a high near 82. Hello, Buffalo. Partly cloudy with a high near 77. Bonjour, Baton Rouge. Isolated showers and thunderstorms after 1 p.m. Partly cloudy and hot with a high near 96. Morning, Tucson. Partly cloudy, isolated showers and thunderstorms in the morning, then scattered showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon. Highs 90 to 95. Howdy, Cape Cod. Periods of showers mainly between 9 a.m. and noon. High near 80.
Local radio.
Gay, 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 gay.
That's really good. That's RPI helping us out today.
And that was one of the big issues that Phil had.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Was that you're going to hear? You're not going to hear the local weather.
Well, RPI gets a prize now.
Yes.
Go to opieandanthony.com. We give you little assignments, and if you help us out, we give you prizes.
That's what we do now.
That's what we do. We try to reward you guys.
Yeah.
Man.
Which way?
Man stabbed.
Man stabbed. Sounds tragic.
Well, let's listen in.
In Holyoke tonight, where a man is recovering from a stab wound he suffered during a violent domestic dispute early this morning. He is also the one under arrest. Holyoke police say Victor Cruz assaulted Yesenia Ortiz last night on their apartment on South Summer Street. When officers arrived on scene, they saw that the woman had visible bruises and a bloody lip. Holyoke Police Chief Anthony Scott described what happened when Ortiz defended herself.
She grabbed another knife and she stabbed him in the winky. And at that time, he decided it was time to leave.
Holyoke police arrested Cruz outside the apartment building and took him to Holyoke Medical Center. They've charged Cruz with assault and battery. They say he also had 2 outstanding warrants. Cruz is still at the hospital recovering from his wounds.
Stabbed in the winky.
In the winky?
Is that the front?
Is that the eye?
I don't know what that means.
You wink your eye, I know that.
Well...
I'm just trying to think, because it couldn't be anything like that.
One-eyed trouser, Trout.
Couldn't be.
Why?
Because they're adults talking on the news, and you would think you could tell where someone's stabbed on the news.
Body. It's a human body. You can say penis. It's okay.
And the guy has to say winky. How is it that we have gotten to the point where a grown man describing a crime on the news has to say winky?
The only time that's appropriate is if you're taking Jimmy fishing and you're showing him pornographic images.
Right before the pat on the winky.
That's right.
I don't get it.
Well,
oh, my God. What are we becoming?
He was stabbed in the good old winky.
Baby talk.
Yeah, well, it leads right into the next story that we should get on before we get out of here. A message to RPI. If you do that again, the weather bit, it's getting rave reviews, by the way, but I think we should do it maybe from time to time. Would be smart. Benny Hill music, people are suggesting.
Benny Hill music.
Benny Hill music, people are suggesting. This is the ghostwriting story.
Yes.
The latest craze out there.
Used to in
Mary
the 50s.
wanted lifestyle stuff. Well, this is lifestyle stuff,
Here
Mary,
you go.
from Kansas, who records the show every day.
In the 50s, this was called a Chinese fire drill.
Right.
That's what they called it. You stopped at a light, everybody got out, ran around the car, got back in, and sped off. Oh, what fun the 50s were.
Why a Chinese fire drill?
Because that's what they called it.
I don't get it.
Because the 50s were racist.
Yeah.
That's what it was. You'd get out of the car, and if you were a little dark, they would squirt you with a fire hose and send German shepherds after you.
I stand corrected.
They loved their racism in the 50s.
Oh, the 50s, just full of it.
They would just cruise the same dumb block in their car, listening to Wolfman Jack. Get out, do the Chinese, my hair's all slicked back.
Dovetail, Jimmy.
You know,
it's awful.
when you were saying that, I felt like I was watching American Graffiti.
Right.
You so accurately depicted the 50s in such few words.
Let's
Jim.
all climb into a phone booth. See how many we can fit in there.
we fit in a phone booth?
I cuffed up my jeans.
Well, if I jam this in here, we could get one more in.
Well, it was either this or crystal meth. You decide.
I'm going to roll my cigarettes up in the sleeve of my T-shirt.
Hey, you want to go steady?
Ba 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 bang a dang dang a dang a dong dang. Let's go watch the submarine races up at the point.
Yuck.
Should we?
Making out in those dumb cars with awful radio reception.
Well, this is going to piss off Jimmy especially.
No satellite radio.
No.
This is the ghostwriting story. We got to squeeze this in from Good Morning America. Listen, at the end of the story, they make sure they don't say Chinese fire drill.
Hence, parasitical letters.
Involves leaving the wheel of a moving car and walking, running, or dancing beside said moving car. Now, young people have always been drawn to risky behavior. This is just the latest flavor, but it is seriously catching on.
Ghost ride the whip. Ghost ride the whip. Ghost ride the whip. Ghost ride the whip.
Young people are making and posting hundreds, possibly thousands of ghost riding videos on the internet. They're filmed on suburban roads, in parking lots, and on the freeway. Some of them are highly choreographed, with kids jumping in and out of moving cars. In this one, the ghost rider wraps up his stunt just as a school bus approaches. Here, a ghost rider loses control completely, crashing into a fire hydrant and a utility pole.
First thing a parent should say to their kid is don't participate in that activity. It's extremely dangerous.
Ghost riding is an updated version of car surfing, which has been going on for decades and has killed young people across the country. These guys from Nashville made this ghost riding video. They acknowledge it probably wasn't too smart, but they say they would do it again.
Ghost riding was started not to see people succeed, but because so many people were going to fail. They wanted to see people hit their car into trees, run over their foot.
Ghostwriting appears to have taken off as a result of popular rapper E40, who has a song where he repeatedly chants, "Ghost ride the whip."
Ghost ride the whip. Ghost ride the whip.
Ghost ride the whip.
Ghost ride the whip.
E40's song is the backdrop for many of the ghostwriting videos on the internet.
We would have never done this without the song that we were playing. If you don't play that song, you're not ghostwriting.
It's very likely that your kid could get hurt out there.
For proof of that, you need only take a quick glance at the internet. That man gets run over by his own car.
Back when we were kids, at least the car would be stopped and we'd run around at the stop sign or
The fire drill,
to the fire drill like that. That was bad enough. But this, where the car's still moving.
You always have to take it to the next level.
Moms and dads might want to grab those keys. Say, I know what ghostwriting is now. Dan.
Thanks, Dan.
Thanks very much.
A fire drill. It was a Chinese fire drill.
Yeah, it was called the Chinese fire drill.
I want to,
and you know, oh, go ahead.
No, I want to say for the record that I support ghostwriting.
Yes.
The younger you are, the more I encourage you to do it.
Yes.
But make sure you have a few drinks first. This way you're relaxed.
You're loose and relaxed in a good dancing mood.
Right.
Don't forget, we're responsible broadcasters, so Jimmy, thank you for that.
How
You're
about
absolutely
blindfolded, too? That would be nice. You blindfold a couple of the kids.
And they got it wrong. The rapper's obviously singing about something he's seen himself.
Yeah.
He didn't invent ghostwriting. They're saying the kids wouldn't have done it if the song didn't come out. No, I think they were doing it before the song came out.
Yeah,
Ghost ride the whip. Should I?
Yeah, well, I mean, was he working on a book that somebody else is actually doing for him?
A ghost write. No, maybe that's what he was talking about.
By the way, a quick request to Steve. A lot of people I've noticed on the instant feedback, they want Jim Norton's rant, talking to Lady Di yesterday over at XM.
Yep.
Available on opieandanthony.com, and I think we should give the people that. That was an amazing 10, 15 minutes yesterday on the other show.
Yes.
Steve, thumbs up. It'll be on opieandanthony.com later today.
I listened to part of it. It was vile.
Oh, it was great.
Vile.
How you just went from one thing to another. You're completely giving a gentleman some of the best advice I've ever heard anyone give anybody. And in turn, at the same time, you are being horrid to this slob that is also on the line.
Yeah.
You're like a schizo.
Yeah, it was great.
It was great.
It was really great. It was so funny during the replay, so we should make that available on opieandanthony.com, okay?
Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Douche.
Oh, there's our music.
You. No? I get a crash today?
I wasn't
really listening.
I wasn't listening. I'm sorry. Because they want us to talk about Bud Light really fast before we get out of here. The Opie and Anthony Traveling Virus, the comedy event of 2006, coming soon to a venue near you. Press release on opieandanthony.com. We sold more tickets than Jay Leno or something like that.
Record breaking. We set a record
for the PNC or something like that.
For the venue, and its 39-year history, never sold so many tickets for a comedy event.
But Jay Leno is one guy, and we have, I think, 80 comedians 400. On our... we have 400 comedians on our...
Ixnay on the Amity K.
Yeah, but let's keep it in perspective here. Jay Leno is...
Break a record. We broke a record.
All right, but he's a monster in comedy.
Right. We're bigger than Jay.
Tickets available for the August 26th show at the PNC. Ticketmaster.com. All the info's on opieandanthony.com. Presented by Bud Light. Always worth it. We're out of here. Thanks, guys.
You got a war face?
What the F?
Ah! That's a war face. Now let me see your war face.
No!
You didn't convince me. Let me see your real war face.
No!
You don't scare me. Work on it.
Jackass.
I'm scared. The Opie and Anthony XM walkover begins now.
Yeah! Here we go. How do we do it?
I don't know.
How do we do it?
I really don't know
You
anymore.
people don't understand how we toil and work for you. For you!
For you, man!
We did it for you, okay? God, but now we're XM. No more of that local horse shit.
Oh, yeah.
Jesus Christ, enough of those motherfuckers.
I forgot to mention that Phil Rosenthal from the Chicago Sun-Times.
Yes.
His articles appear in the Seattle newspaper, so that makes him a syndicated writer.
A syndicated columnist?
But
do you
that's
think
okay
the people
for
in
him.
Seattle like the fact that some Chicago guy is coming in there and writing?
Yeah.
Oh.
Doesn't that go against what he was writing about local radio?
How does he know what the weather is when his article is posted? Shut up.
What a douche.
Jackass. Well, let's take our little walk
We got new faces on the walk today. Who are these guys?
Yeah, they came from Kentucky.
Kentucky, nice.
Came up from Kentucky.
Hey guys, get to the Louisville market, man. We're starving for some great talent like y'all. Nothing but hacks down there.
Well, you got the XM though, so you're set, right?
At least you're only starving for talent. You're a big fella.
You might forget it. And covered that very good.
It was a little rainy earlier.
Yeah.
And I think it stopped because we do our walk, and the weather knows.
Where's the old man and the dog today?
I don't know. Oh, he did? He left? Yeah, the guy's changed his schedule. Here's Andrew, right?
That's his name?
Yeah.
Is it? Andrew. How you doing, bud? You okay today?
I'm all right.
How you keeping dry in the weather? Underneath the awning there?
Yeah, if it rains, I go there.
Yeah, you move over there?
And if it doesn't rain, I come out.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a big decision every day you got to make.
You know, aside from...
If I had some money, I would be selling umbrellas.
Selling umbrellas, right. You got to have a little capital for an investment to start doing that. You must get pretty lonely, though, because no one talks to you except us all day, right?
Well, you cannot talk the same thing over and over again, right?
Yeah, so you must get a little lonely, though, during the day.
Well, I'm not lonely. I enjoy myself to be alone.
You just sit and think with your thoughts?
No, I mean, I have my regulars. I have,
Yeah, a couple
you got
of
regular
people.
customers?
You got to establish yourself.
Yeah.
Do you find that you talk to homeless people more?
You have to be respectful of people.
Voice is awful.
Respectful of people. I know. I can't really tell like this, but when you listen back to the replay,
the other guy was there.
You sound really funny on the radio. I got to tell you, your voice it sounds like this a little bit. Like it's really funny on the radio.
Well, the other guy was like a little bit, out of touch,
Do you get like very, very cold when you're out here?
Of course I get cold. I'm a human,
No, but I mean like in the summer and stuff. Do you how do you stay very, very dry?
I'd say a third.
There are places you could go, There are places where you got like Sony building.
Right.
You could go down there. And then there are places, there's one on 53rd Street by the Hilton Hotel.
Boring! What's your sweatshirt say?
That's very colorful and very nice.
Nice.
Clearwater Beach. Where is that?
Looks like a tattoo Steve is getting on his back.
I don't know.
It looks somewhere warm and nice.
Oh, you mean you weren't there?
If it has to be beach, it has to be warm.
Yeah.
Oh.
Somebody bought that for somebody on vacation, right? And then they sucked so bad it went into one of those bins. Ended up in the homeless shelter.
So you guys do the same thing.
And you got it, which is cool. Do you have any WAAF radio wear?
Yeah,
because I know my ex-wife gave all mine to the fucking homeless.
St. Patrick's thing, right? 2 years ago, and they were fired from there.
I don't know what he's saying. I like how he's got the Nike swish hat on, though. It's like, just do... forget it.
Just do nothing.
Just do... fuck it, tomorrow.
He knows this from the St. Pat's thing 4 years ago.
Oh, you do?
How do you know that? Did we tell you?
Very big in the church.
Yeah, I was reading I always read the papers,
Yeah. The papers read the papers.
Yeah.
What's in your satchel there, your bag?
Yeah, what do you carry with you on a daily basis?
Let's see what's in your bag today. Open up your bag.
What do you need?
All I need today is if I have enough money.
Let's make a deal.
What's in Andrew's bag? What's in your bag today, sir?
My clothes.
Just clothes?
My toiletries, my soap, my razors.
Okay.
Toiletry?
My underwears.
Yeah?
Nice.
Toothbrush
what kind of underwear do you wear?
Toothpaste, toothbrush.
Toothpaste,
All right,
toothbrush.
let's see some of this stuff. Come on.
We look at it?
You want to look at it?
Yeah, let's go.
We won't see what you have.
It might be worth a few bucks today. Let's go.
We're nice guys. We won't screw with you.
What kind of underwear? Do you wear bikini briefs?
No, sir. I wear briefs. I don't wear the boxers like Clinton.
Okay. Cool, Anthony.
Shut up. Just because I wear briefs
wear the same underpants
doesn't mean...
My paper.
All right. You got a little Hezbollah...
My underwear.
Hezbozos are losers.
Where you keep your underwear, they look clean.
Oh, they keep them in plastic bags. Where do you get them laundered?
Huh?
Where do you get those clean?
Point to the fire
I go to
hydrant.
laundry.
You go to laundry?
No, if they're dirty, I throw them away. I wear a new one.
And then you buy new ones?
Yeah, but the midnight run, they give us,
Oh, they give you
I don't
new
have
ones.
that kind of money
the
to go
church.
to laundry and hold
that's
it,
pretty good.
and put my clean clothes in the dirty
Sweetie,
clothes.
how long does it take a pair to get dirty? How long until you consider it unwearable?
No, every one day I change.
Wow, this guy is a germaphobe, too.
I keep myself clean. That's why I got so many.
You go through a pair of underwear a day?
I only go one underwear a day, so like everybody else.
You know, generous, but I want to make sure I didn't slip a 20 in there.
Attaboy.
There you go.
Never give them more than they can handle.
There you go, sir.
What else is in the bag, though?
Yeah, never give them more than they can handle, Jimmy. That's a good advice. Never give them more than they can handle.
Sir, I only have a 5.
I don't want you to hurt yourself.
Thank you very much.
Sir, I only have a 20 today, so I can't help you out. I'm sorry.
You can make change now.
You know, if I have enough money to sell umbrellas,
oh, there you go.
Look at that.
Kentucky's helping out.
The Kentucky fella. That was for his Happy Meal. What else is in the bag?
He's sacrificing a burger. Yeah, what else you got in there?
Zipper's this way. Over here, Andrew.
Yeah.
There it is.
That's problem he's having there.
He's got his underwear there. Another plastic bag.
Sandwich for the
sandwich.
Oh, sandwich.
Very nice.
Where'd you get that? At the church?
Yeah, in the morning.
They made you up.
I don't know what my dad is going to bring it to me, so I got to be prepared.
Yeah. So you get the extra
My
sandwich.
shaving cream.
There's his shaving cream and stuff, so he can shave.
Bad bag.
Soap.
You know, you're a pretty organized, well-adjusted homeless guy.
Look, he's a responsible homeless guy.
You shouldn't be homeless.
He even has a dress shirt in there in case he has to go somewhere nice or a job interview.
I go to Microsoft and...
True. Very nice.
Dell is hiring for customer service.
What about personal items? Something that reminds you of home or
you have
family
anything
or something?
like a crucifix or a picture or something personal?
No, if you want, I'll bring it over.
Why? Where do you keep that?
I'll keep it with a friend of mine in Queens.
Oh, friend of yours. So you got some personal property that you just...
Can he let you stay with him?
Nice watch, too. You don't want anyone seeing that, or your money's going to go way down.
The watch is broken.
Yeah.
It's broken.
The watch is broke.
I think I could take care of that.
But I can see my time,
Yeah, it's still the time,
You want me to take care of that for you?
It doesn't have the side pin to put it in there.
You want me to take care of it for you?
No, Opie, don't take care of it. Don't give that to him, by the way, Andrew.
Tag it, it's nothing. It's a whole watch.
But don't. You won't know what time it is.
Like he needs to know what time it is.
Yeah, right? Where do you got to go? No,
don't do that.
Opie, don't do that. He needs his watch.
Oh, you need your time?
You can't be.
I need the time. What time I have to wake up? Where I have to go?
No, don't. I can't watch that.
What time is it?
Time to run into the street and get your watch.
I've already been a douche to you today, so there's your watch.
All right. Well, you
Bye,
seem
Andrew.
to be doing all right, Andrew.
Thank you. God bless you all.
He's getting a lot of money today.
It's a nice take.
It's true. I hope the IRS comes after him
early in the day. And then when we leave, you got to take that out of the cup and put it in your pocket,
that's what
so
I
people
do.
know that they think you only have a few pennies.
That's true.
And so nobody else comes by and takes your cup.
That's true.
Yeah, I know the deal. I know the score. I know the word on the street.
But I try to be as honest as possible.
I hear you.
Yeah, that's good.
But you don't want to flash around the cash.
Yeah, you can't do that because
get yourself something
I'm sitting here for nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, All right, you have a good time.
You
all right,
too. Thank you. God
Take
bless
care.
you.
God bless you. There he goes.
Huh? What do you got?
There we go.
Okay, I got a Jews harp here that I just
Jews
jammed
harp.
it up here in the city a long time ago.
Oh. Now you're from Kentucky?
No, that's my nephew's from
he's from Kentucky.
right there. I live up there in Middletown.
Oh, Middletown. And you learn how to play that when?
I played this here in New York City in 1963.
63?
What is it called?
It's called a Jews harp, but it has
Jews
nothing
harp.
to do with
Jews or a harp.
nationality. It's just spelled Jews.
All right, play something
Mel
cool.
Gibson hates that harp.
Ready?
Jews harp, that's actually a statement.
It's the harp that starts all the wars. That's like what the hillbillies use.
Yeah.
I tried using those once as a kid, and it smacks into your lip and tooth and could really hurt. It's not doing bad.
Oxford town, everybody's got their head back down. The sun shine above the ground. Everybody run from
Black people are running away scared. They think the South is rising again.
Chicken train.
Yeah.
Look out, revenuers, boys.
You know the Yellow Rose Alabama?
No, sorry. The closest I ever got to rock and roll was Led Zeppelin.
That ain't
Hot
quite
Dog.
rock and roll.
Could you play that while I remove a jigaboo from a speakeasy?
No, thank you. I really appreciate
Wow, that
it.
was
You guys
pretty
are
good.
great.
You like that. You're pretty good at that.
All right.
I got to tell you.
All right.
Louisville. He's pretty good at that.
Very good.
Wonder if he plays the harmonica.
Oh, look at this miserable
Oh, look
old
at this
lady.
fucking picture of joy.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
I think she runs away from us every time we try to talk to her.
Yeah.
Hello, miss.
Boy. Don't. No, she's gonna yell.
We're doing just
Hi.
on the street stuff. How are you today? What's your name? You don't know your name? Or you don't want to tell? Don't be shy. Are you homeless?
Where's she going?
I don't know.
You're walking away from your possessions.
Wait, you can't leave your stuff, ma'am. Ma'am, you can't leave your stuff.
Crazy.
All
She's
right.
some kind of a
she's
crazy
fucking
person.
nuts.
She's beyond nuts.
Yeah.
Okay, bye-bye.
She does that every time
She's a
we
great
approach
body,
her.
though.
She's, yeah.
I wouldn't mind fucking her.
Oh, wow.
She looks like Ruth Gordon if she was alive and crazy. You're among friends' possessions.
That's good. Hi. How you doing,
What's
sir?
up? Want to hear a song?
Sure, Vic
Yeah,
Payback.
let's hear a song.
Oh.
Hey, this guy's got a harmonica.
Wasn't too scary.
What are you playing?
A song called I'm a Douche.
That was a little,
Hey, Mel Karmazin, what song is that?
What happened to the paw? What happened to your mitt?
Exploding peanut butter sandwich.
That's a good one. All right.
I was jerking off and my dick exploded.
All right, that can happen too.
2 for 2.
Well, that's very good on a harmonica, sir.
Thank you very much.
God, take care. Take care.
All right.
Something happens when the weather changes in this city. It has a direct impact on the people.
Anyone else?
The crazies come out.
Anyone else get scared when he was reaching into his pocket? I know
No,
Kenny and
I didn't at all because I saw
the
Kenny's
Unmentionable
eyes.
did.
Kenny's eyes were glued on his hand. If Kenny, were you looking right at his hand?
Oh yeah, you always watch the hands.
And what if you saw some threat? What would you have done if that was maybe a little 32, like a Saturday night special?
His wrist would have been broken the second it came out of the pocket.
I would love to see that. Love to see that.
Yeah, me too.
Damn it.
Even if it was a pen for an autograph.
Stupid harmonica. Next time it's a harmonica, it might be a gun, so break his wrist anyway.
You know how bad I wanted to throw his harmonica in the street?
Oh, watch him chase it.
Yeah, into the garbage juice that fucking collects by the side of the curb.
Oof. That guy looked like an extra from Mannix. Like the Italian, like gangster guy. Awful people are out today.
Yeah, it's awful.
Just waiting at our don't walk sign that we usually have to wait at.
What's the cigar for, Kenny?
The guy from Kentucky gave me a cigar. It's got booze in it.
It's Maker's Mark. You know who'd like that? Ronnie Fez.
Maybe I'll present
Ronnie
it to
will
him.
like it.
Fez would like it too if you leave it in the hard case.
Right. Just turn it upside down and leave it on his seat.
All right.
Hey there, pal. You watch it. Hi, how you doing?
Morning.
Good.
Howdy.
Morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Pleasure. All right, other side of the street, almost there. That was nice. I think the early portion of the walk is a lot more action-packed than the later portion, where on this sidewalk, the personality kind of changes.
Wow.
More people just going to work, minding their own business.
Morning.
What are you thinking, though? You think our other homeless guy is dead?
No, he's probably just relocated.
On vacation.
Why would you relocate when you were like getting money from us?
I think Bill Burr said he relocated.
Yeah, he's seen him?
I think so. I think he was saying that on Friday. All the same posters, so we're just about done today.
Why would you relocate? Yeah, people are giving you cash.
The Illusionist, Edward Norton. Was he supposed to come in? Yes.
No, he said he might be shooting, so he might reschedule for tomorrow or Friday.
Yeah, so we'll restrain ourselves.
No, he wants to come in. It's a travel day issue because they need an extra travel day because all these fucking restrictions now.
Is that it?
Yeah.
All right. What happened?
Guy from Louisville?
What?
Guy drove all the way up from Louisville, Kentucky to see you guys. He wants to know if he can get a picture with you.
No.
Of course.
Come on in, sweetie.
Step right up.
Gentlemen, the first
There
time I
we
heard
go.
you all was on the Sean Hannity show before y'all started XM. That's where I heard about y'all.
Oh, really? That's pretty cool.
And then I picked it up and Been sick ever since.
Thank you, sir.
Well, sir, thank you. What are you doing now with the rest of your day? Since you're from Kentucky, you got a whole day in New York City. What are you doing?
7:05. I got Yankee tickets to watch them whoop up on the Orioles, and from here, probably just walk around a little bit, go catch some at the Brooklyn Diner, and chill around New York City.
Brooklyn Diner. A guy like you better get a second mortgage on your house. Place is a little expensive if you didn't get the joke. Wah, wah.
Come see me at the strip club tomorrow night.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, 38th and 11th, headquarters.
Sounds good, man.
There's girls with good anatomy there.
Nice.
Teddy's doing an appearance tomorrow night.
Yeah.
That means plug it.
Yeah.
What time?
Nice plug.
7 o'clock. Free admission. I'm giving away traveling virus tickets.
Where?
Oh.
At headquarters, 38th and 11th.
I'm going to the Traveling Virus show in Cleveland, actually.
Ah. Looking forward to that.
And by the way, we have a big contest going here on XM. The 39th caller gets 2 tickets to my Houston show.
That's right.
39th caller.
Fire,
Houston.
fire.
Oh, look out.
All right, we're
Let's,
in everyone's
block,
way.
let's not block the door.
Enjoy New York, sir. Thanks for
Take
coming
it
out there.
easy.
We appreciate that. All right, we'll continue upstairs in just a bit.
Opie and Anthony, XM202.
Masochist.
That sucks.
Lesbian.
I like that in a woman.
And every other kind of BB.
I love paying for sex.
This moral decay weakens our resistance to the onslaught of the communist masters of deceit.
We're a bunch of scumbags.
These abnormalities are corrupting the minds and the hearts of our children.
Jackass.
I can't believe it. It's pedophile humor.
It's depressing and horrendous. It's awful.
A bunch of idiots.
Perversion for profit.
Here it comes! Here it comes!
The Opie and Anthony program.
El virus de Opie and Anthony.
God, that irritates me.
It's just like somebody took a bat to my brain.
We're the only radio show that makes you want to hate us.
Opie.
I want my coffee.
Anthony.
I want that fax.
Jim Norton.
I want Ozzy.
We are going to dumb this thing down to the point that we're going to be #1 with Down syndrome children.
Hysterical.
The Opie and Anthony Show.
But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
Anything to get that music off a little sooner. How long is it going? 8, 10 minutes? Yeah, 1 minute. I was so scared in the elevator today. Some guy with no arms was in the elevator. Yeah, well, he had one was no arm, and then the other one was a little, arm.
I saw you guys heading into that elevator. I'm like, there's no way I can do it today.
And Jimmy was there, and we stopped at the 3rd and 4th floor. And the 3rd floor, some girls got off, and Jimmy just goes, "Go right." Like when the doors opened. Like he was all mad that it didn't go directly to his floor. He was angry. I want to get right to my floor guy. And then I thought maybe a joke would come out, but thank God it didn't. At one point, Sam looked at the guy with the one arm and the one baby arm, and then looked at me, and I had to bite my tongue almost till it bled to stop from any kind of reaction. I did not want to be embarrassed.
No, that was a little rough.
Yeah, I knew. I saw you just go, nope, no way, I'm not part
today.
of this ride. No.
Nope. In situations where you think I would be brave, I actually go the other way.
Yeah,
no way. Just gotta walk away.
Bail.
Gotta walk away.
Fire. Sorry.
John from Connecticut. Hey guys, I thought you were on vacation next week.
Is that a?
Is he trying to say we're having a bad show?
Is that a joke? I get it, because if we were on vacation, we'd be what?
How bored are you guys today? This is the same guy. That was the most nothing walkover. I love how you guys waste time.
Wow.
What do you expect us to do?
Hold on, Jimmy.
How about you just don't listen? How about you don't listen?
What do you want us to do on the walkover? Shithead, we just report what's going on. If it's quiet, we act it's quiet. We're not going to make stuff up.
Some days it's really good, and other days it sucks.
Exactly.
I really thought it was going to be a short walk today, but then we got some things done.
And I kind of like that. A couple of weird people on the street. Got to talk to them. Give a little feel of the streets. Screw him. Who cares? I really don't care anymore with these idiots. I've even stopped banning them. Like, I so don't even, I don't care.
Remember yesterday we were talking about those two morons on the local radio station, WNEW? They had this contest where they encouraged people to have sex in public places. Well, they're toast. It's over. They apparently went way over the line when they encouraged a couple to have sex in St. Patrick's Cathedral and then broadcast these activities on their program. Opie and Anthony out of here. The couple has been charged with obscenity and public lewdness. They're due back in court in October, accused of having sex in the church while worshipers observed the Feast of the Assumption. What a tasteful experience this whole thing was. The radio show offered a prize for listeners to have sex in public places. When public outrage reached the boss's desk, the head of Viacom dropped the axe on the show. And the postscript is the Catholic League says the punishment fits the crime and it will now drop its complaint with the Federal Communications Commission. Much, I'm sure, to the relief of the people who own WNEW Radio.
4 years ago today. They didn't want us playing these clips on commercial radio, by the way.
At first I thought you were just playing like a show that was ripping us off and had the same ill fortune.
Let's say hi to Bill in Vegas. Bill, what's up?
Oh, Bill.
Hey, I miss the old Opie.
Why?
You know, the one that would have smashed the homeless guy's watch.
I'm trying not to be so predictable.
He held that watch in his ass.
I wanted to throw the watch, and then I'm like, no, that's what they're expecting from me.
I did feel you resist the temptation.
He really did have to. It was like watching an alcoholic look at a bottle of whiskey. He was shaking. He really was like on the verge of just heaving it.
Yeah.
I wish I could have been there.
To be honest with you, I was going for the dramatic moment. I was waiting for traffic and maybe like a city bus, and nothing was driving by at that moment.
No.
I was like, this is going to be...
the pregnant pause. It was a real pregnant pause.
I was thinking too much. I should have just reacted. All right, Bill, thank you.
How many of you are here for the Open Tennis in Queens? How many of you are here for... Okay. How many of you are here for the open sex at St. Patrick's Cathedral? How many of you are? All right, that's fine. What? Hey! Don't ask if you don't want to hear the tough answers.
He had a lot of fun with that,
He certainly did.
Letterman had a ball with that. What? Banana, strawberries, flavored, seltzer, orange, anything. What is that?
That's what I'm getting.
Oh.
Look at Kenny's blocked child letters.
I know.
Anything! It's like being assaulted.
It sort of sounds good, but I'm trying to figure out what it is. That's all.
This is Jim's order, and this is my question.
Yeah, I'll do my thing.
Kenny writes the way stalkers send things when they cut them out of magazines. That's what his handwriting looks like. A bunch of pasted together letters with a death threat to the president.
What would you like?
Nothing on that? Jesus. That was a long way to go for a zero.
Huh?
I'm not saying they should have got a standing ovation, but complete indifference.
Smoothie.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I was reading and typing.
Granted, I didn't need high fives.
What happened?
I didn't need fucking ooh-oohs.
I can't wait to hear the replay.
What happened?
I said something that was it was intended to be a joke, but it came disguised as a boring statement.
You know what's great for us? Listening to the replay is like listening to a brand new show for us.
Like, well, I don't know what I was doing when he said that.
Right.
I don't even remember.
I pick up on so many things I should have. David in Houston.
Hey.
Yes.
Yeah.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
All right. Good. We got that out of the way.
Yes, I think I'm the 39th caller. Woohoo.
Well, matter of fact, you are the 39th.
That's why they put you through. So give Derek your information off, and you have a couple of tickets to one of the shows in Houston. I just don't know which one.
At the Improv, right?
Yeah.
Houston
This
Improv,
weekend.
this weekend.
Huh? I'd be thrilled to go to any of them.
Thank you. It's this weekend, sir.
Hold on the line. You really do have a pair of tickets. Hold on. There goes David from
Houston.
H-O-U-S.
Wes in Atlanta. Wes.
Hey, dude, what's up?
What's up, Wes?
Hey, man.
Man, I got this story straight out of a page of Little Jimmy's book. Sunday, I was going down the road, and this chick had a flat tire sitting out in the middle of the highway. Dude, I pulled over, changed the tire for her. She said she wanted to give me some money. She didn't have any. I didn't want it anyway. She said, pull over in this parking lot. So we were talking for a minute. We were in my truck. She kept rubbing my leg, saying, I wish there was something I could do for you. And, you know, and I was like, you don't have to do anything for me. My dick got hard. Next thing I know, dude, she was sucking my fucking dick in the truck. Nice. It was unfucking believable. Nothing ever happens to me like that.
Just the way she was rubbing your leg, though, I wish there was something I could do for you. Was she fucking Mae West?
Hi, Daddy.
Yeah.
Wish there was something I could do for you.
She was a beautiful black girl with a blonde wig and arms like Kobe Bryant.
No, dude, I'm telling you, it was a trip. I never expected that to happen, but
there's a big surprise.
Why else would you change a girl's tire if you don't want your dick sucked?
Penthouse Forum.
There's no other reason for it.
Version.
Yeah, I hear you, but I had to call you guys and tell you, man.
Thank you. What'd she look like?
Thanks for sharing.
She's about 5'5", probably brunette and big fucking tits, nice big ass.
Was she a little chubby?
Yeah, she had to be.
Nope, not at all.
All right, Wes.
Well, good luck, buddy.
She was just in distress, dude. All right, boys, I'm punching out.
That was an unbelievable story. The excitement in the room is just...
And his voice was...
How do you make a blowjob story boring?
Yeah, right? A spontaneous blowjob story just turns into nothing.
Most people come to St. Patrick's Cathedral to pray. But last week, one couple allegedly came to the New York City landmark to have sex. Brian Florence and Loretta Harper were arrested for public lewdness after their carnal communion, a few feet from worshipers, was described live on the radio. Shock jocks Opie and Anthony had encouraged the couple to have sex in locations where a producer was waiting to call in the play-by-play. The radio team, part of Infinity Broadcasting, is off the air, and their managers have been suspended. But religious organizations are demanding the station's license be revoked.
This is outrageous. Not only does it involve obscenity in the most extreme form, people having sex at 4 o'clock in the afternoon in St. Patrick's Cathedral on a holy day, but the nerve of these people to actually have it as a setup.
For its part, the station says WNEW regrets the unfortunate incident that took place. We apologize to anyone who has been offended and have taken measures to ensure that it does not happen again.
Worst statement ever. The worst fucking corporate statement ever. I didn't believe that.
That was a bad one.
And that guy, who's that reporter? Do we know that fucking voice? He should have his throat cut. I want to ask one of these guys, why do you fucking do that?
Yeah, hey, why do you talk like that? Why do you put on a voice that is not yours?
Can we hear the sex line again? For sex.
Well, to pray. Most people come to St. Patrick's Cathedral to pray. But last week, one couple allegedly came to the New York City landmark to have sex. Brian Florence.
To have sex. They allegedly came to the New York City landmark to have.
What is he saying? Why do you talk like that?
That's a good broadcaster.
That's a broadcasting voice.
Oof. See, sex.
The radio station that fired shock jocks Opie and Anthony is still under investigation. The Federal Communications Commission says it's being flooded with complaints regarding WNEW-FM. The station broadcast a couple allegedly having sex inside St. Patrick's Cathedral, and now the FCC is looking into whether to strip the station of its broadcast license. But experts say never before has the station lost its license based on an indecency complaint. Right now, WNEW is filling the slot once filled by Opie and Anthony, seen here, with a nationally syndicated talk show. Meanwhile, the couple involved in the alleged sex stunt is facing charges of public lewdness and obscenity.
Was it Lick-Ass? Who took our spot?
It was Lick-Ass for like a week.
I'm Lick-Ass. Yeah.
We handed it to him.
Gave it to him.
And he did nothing with it.
A silver platter.
Now, there's a time and place for everything, and a couple found out today that
St. Patrick's Cathedral ain't the place for sex.
Cops say the couple from Virginia were in the vestibule of the cathedral and were observed performing a sex act. 37-year-old Brian Florence and 35-year-old Loretta Lynn Harper were charged with public lewdness. 42-year-old Paul Mercurio was allegedly recording the act and was on the phone with the Opie and Anthony radio show. He was charged with acting in concert. The stunt didn't sit well with people outside of St. Patrick's Cathedral.
That's crazy. Not in the church. In a church, that's kind of bad. Other public places, whatever you want to do. But in church, that's a little off. I don't know.
Archdiocese spokesman Joseph Zwilling agreed. His only comment was that it was, quote, disgusting. Terry Sheridan, 10-10 wins at St. Patrick's Cathedral.
Not as disgusting as some of the other things that happened.
This is really depressing to listen to, man.
I think people are interested.
No, I mean, for me.
I've never heard that one before.
It's just raging, though, that the company fucking pussied out like that. Stupid Mel.
And I also want to talk about how far is too far on radio. You have the situation in New York with two guys, Opie and Anthony.
Yeah. We share the same agent. Now, I study to be a minister.
Oh, Christ on a pony.
This guy is the biggest douchebag.
This is man cunt.
Right.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. I study to be a minister, and that's where I learned to use this fake radio voice. Let me tell you something. You just don't go into a church and do these kind of things.
Oh, listen to this phony asshole.
He could do the footprint poem in that voice.
Yeah, it would be the same thing.
Right.
I study to be a minister.
Did you?
We share the same agent. Now, I study to be a minister. You know this. I study to be a minister. And I couldn't believe look, it's had a devastating effect on radio. The fact is, it's had a devastating effect on adult male radio. It's affected everybody.
It's kind of true. We, wrecked it for everybody, and now we're back to save the day.
Look how it affected us. You fuck. We wrecked it.
We literally wrecked it for everyone.
We ruined it for everybody so we could tiptoe in later on.
And save it.
We are assholes.
I mean, radio hates us.
Oh.
Because they were getting away with murder before we did the Sex for Sam thing.
Yeah, fuck the Janet Jackson thing. This is what, stopped...
And I don't want to start sounding like hoo-hoo, but I would even say that we made satellite radio popular. Because these guys couldn't do anything.
Couldn't go anywhere
else.
And after we got the boot, everyone else was being threatened with the boot. Didn't matter what your ratings were. It used to be...
Shock jocks were getting fired every week for something that was just dumb and who cares?
It used to be if you had ratings, they would not fire you. Wouldn't happen. You get suspended, you get bitched at, whatever. Even they might pull a week's pay and suspend you. You'd have to do some kind of charity event. Whatever it was, you didn't get fired. We got fired, and we had great ratings, and they fired us. And when that happened, the floodgates opened, and no matter what these jocks did, they were being thrown out the door after us, left and right. Boom, they're all just being thrown out the door. So it made radio.
We really did change radio.
All milquetoasty.
To the point it sucked so bad that they had to bring us back to save it. I want to say that 10 more times today.
Oh, it really is funny when you think about it.
It's like the rape victim calling the rapist saying, look, I'm having trouble coming.
Yeah.
Would you stop
Could
over?
you come over and help me out?
Maybe we could figure something out here.
Oof.
Oh, my God. So he's right.
There is a piece of blueberry on your tooth that makes it look like you should be playing the harmonica or the Jew's harp.
You saw that guy?
When
he was talking about the peanut butter sandwich, I'm like, it looks like you just ate the peanut butter sandwich. And I was going to say that, too. I had a wimpy walkover, I got to be honest.
Devastating effect on adult male radio. It's affected everybody. But on a personal level, what monsters? Sex in a church. My God.
Shock radio.
Yeah.
Opie and Anthony. Now, they were very talented. They did very well in New York.
I like Sean Hannity because it was a tough subject, and he handled it.
Sean's at least being factual.
He's honest. He handled it very well.
He obviously knew we were successful, and in order to do that in radio, you have to have some talent. So he's just laying it out, and Mancow is just trying to... The holier-than-thou attitude Mancow has in this whole thing is ridiculous. I mean, my God! Your God...
My God.
Where's your God now, unemployed ass fuck?
Let's list all the things you did.
Hannity is great, man.
I love Hannity.
Opie and Anthony. Now, they were very talented. They did very well in New York. And you can't dispute their success.
Yeah, I really can.
They weren't talented.
No,
They did. I was up against them, and I'm telling you, they had good ratings.
Look, we have the same agent, a guy named Bob Eatman out of L.A.
Not anymore.
I don't think so. I really don't think so.
But I read their ratings. And okay.
What an asshole!
How is he denying
Sean Hannity is
numbers,
is giving cold hard facts,
syndicated success? We didn't get thrown off of stations because of low ratings.
Like you.
We got thrown off of all our stations at once because we were fucking idiots. That's why we got fired. We didn't lose our flagship station because we sucked, and the GM would rather go with a fucking iPod format than man queer, man cunt, man dick. This guy is delusional. I'm so glad he got fired. And after going through what we went through, I don't say that lightly. I really don't. I don't like seeing anybody, especially in radio, losing their jobs over certain things. But this motherfucker, go fuck yourself.
I don't think so. I really don't think so.
But I read their ratings, and I'm telling you, they did well.
Well, okay, great. You know what?
Yeah.
Hey, the Christians and the Lions sold out every night. That's easy. What they did was easy.
It was great.
Sex in a church is easy, and it's evil.
I don't want to. You're so
easy and evil.
He is such a douchebag. He thinks this is all we did.
Does every time you hear him piss you off?
Oh, I can't even tell you.
There really isn't anyone else that, whenever I hear their voice, I get fucking annoyed than this idiot Mancow.
He wants to take one thing we did and make
this is what I did. Really?
I would put our clever stuff up against his.
We're gonna get Turd.
Day.
Oh my God, Turd is in a car right now, and he's gonna drive it into a wall and set off the airbags. Turd, can you hear me?
That was you, idiot.
And then you would fake
and
it,
then
by the
fake
way.
the whole thing because you can't send a guy into a fucking wall, so he'd be in another studio
with sound effects,
sound effects, pre-recorded stuff.
Yeah, that's wonderful.
That phony bit.
Easy. Sex in a church is easy and it's evil.
I don't want to get into that.
You brought it up.
All right, but should they be off the radio?
Well, it's a tough call for me because in a free society, we have to have everything, don't we?
And you don't have to listen to Sean Hannity or Mancow Muller.
That's right.
Or Opie and Anthony.
My personal taste, I'm fine with them back under the rock from where they came. But should they have a right to do it in
under
a free
the rock?
society?
We were syndicated into more markets than you were, and in major markets. Where are you broadcasting to right now, Mancow? Where's his big fucking market?
Peoria, I think.
Peoria.
Yeah.
That's where he is. That's the biggest market he's in.
He has to rent a studio in Chicago because he's not being heard in Chicago
Yeah, he
anymore.
got thrown out of Chicago.
So he has to rent a studio to be heard in these tiny little...
Yeah, so he could keep his name alive.
How about
markets.
L.A.?
And he's doing public broadcasting television. He's doing like a little segment on PBS. You know the channel that does the telethons to raise money so you could get a fucking tote bag if you send them money? He's on that. You're flying. And yeah, we used to have the same agent. And look what happened to you when you fucking fired him, asshole. Good job.
Well, he was pissed off because Bob wasn't syndicating him.
Yeah, wasn't syndicating
Bob was trying to syndicate him, but there were no offers. No one gave a shit.
No offers were coming. Peoria was coming through.
So this idiot decided to go get another agent.
Yeah,
and that worked well.
Didn't it?
So you don't like to be compared with, quote, shock radio hosts?
No, because shock is shock for the sake of shock. It's I'm going to kill a Girl Scout to get attention. I have always... Look, man, I'm telling you, look at the TV, look at these happy phonies.
But wait a minute, do you worry when you're attracting men 18 to 34, wait a minute, and you're doing all your sex stuff when you do it on the radio, are you concerned kids have the ability to listen to Mancow?
I don't do that much, no. Yes, of course I'm concerned. I don't want children to listen. And I tell parents, when they tell me, oh, my family listens, I say, you know what, you're a bad parent. There's 100 different radio choices in Chicago. My idea of shock is talking about how Clinton was a rapist,
of them now,
having Juanita Broderick on. That kind of a thing that got me labeled as a shock jock.
No, what got you labeled as a shock jock is having a sidekick named Turd go out and do outrageous stunt boy shit, fucking hack radio. That's what labeled you a shock jock, jerk off. Do you think Hannity will ever be labeled a shock jock?
No.
No matter what topic or subject matter he covers, it's because of the way he does it. He can cover sex, he can cover violence,
But his program and the way it is isn't going to label you a shock jock. We get labeled shock jocks because of shit we did. We have to accept that. I'm not going to sit there and go, well, you shouldn't call us shock jock. You know, obviously we don't like the term because we do other things. But I can understand why that label is put on us, especially by people that aren't familiar with the program. Mancow can't even fucking fathom that or see why he's labeled shock jock. Mm-hmm. You're fucking blind.
You had women crawling naked through mousetraps, and you had people get their genitals stung by wasps.
So they're going to label
Not
you
a bad label.
shock jock.
I don't mind the shock jock label. Why?
Because that's what people like. That's what people grasp onto and say, look at what they do. They don't look at the other shit you're doing for 99% of the time, which is just cracking jokes, having fun, talking about our lives growing up, talking about what we do for whatever.
Poopy jokes.
Yeah, things like that.
Yeah, no.
But they label you shock jocks because of the things you get that we call the attention getters.
Yep.
You know, that's the stuff people go, holy shit, did you hear the guy getting his nuts stung by bees? That's going to get attention. It's part of the job. It's part of what we do. But Mancow can never he hates it so much because he wants to be Hannity. He wants this respected fucking thing that you'll never get, man, cunt.
I'll go further with that. He wants to be either Hannity or Howard Stern.
Yeah.
Instead of just being Mancow.
Right.
See,
very good.
You can say what you want about us, but we're being Opie and Anthony.
This is what we do. It's all we are. Sometimes you're going to get the dick
He wanted to be
jokes.
Howard Stern. It didn't work out for him, so now he's like, well, I'll change my act, and now I'll be the new Sean Hannity.
Yeah.
You want to hear a clever joke I thought of but didn't say?
Please.
I hope everybody's settled in.
Okay, I'm strapped.
The only way Hannity would be labeled a shock jock would be if he endorsed Hillary Clinton.
You couldn't even get shock jock out.
I couldn't.
Shock jock?
That was God trying to intervene and save me from humiliating myself.
President Kennedy was shocked. He died
He died on the Tebble. It happened in Dulles, and Jerky leaned over and tried to grab his bruins off the back of the care. I'm a cant.
God damn.
You hear me fucking for timing trying to tap my fucking almonds like that'd help, like it's a fucking scat beat.
Trying to get your rhythm together.
Yeah. Shock jocks.
You're the worst. But, I don't know. What did Steve think of that joke?
That's terrible. I'm sorry.
All right, Steve. Thank you.
All right.
Most people come to say...
Yeah, we did that one already.
Shocks.
Just couple.
You want to continue with Mancow?
Yeah, let's hear that fucking blowhard.
Radio stunts turn bad. The party is over for Opie and Anthony, as we've been discussing.
No, it's great.
A blowhard.
I love the old terms.
Wow.
You blowhard.
You're all full of hot air.
You know what's great? The opportunists came out of the woodwork when we fucked up. Mm-hmm. And Mancow, man, he just was standing by to comment.
Oh, just waiting for his
all
expert
day
commentary.
Long, he was just standing by to comment.
Now what happened?
Him and the fucking Grease Man. The Grease Man never met us and probably never heard our show, but man, he was an expert that day.
He didn't brutalize the show, though. He was just like, he actually said something correct. It'll be a couple of years before they're at the helm of, but I think he said that you guys will be back.
I think they'll be back, in some capacity. Waterdoodle.
How did he not capitalize, that dumb fuck?
I know.
Thanks, sweetie pie.
Saucer's coming.
I hope so.
Radio stunts turn bad. The party is over for Opie and Anthony, as we've been discussing. Radio show canceled after that sex stunt in St. Patrick's Cathedral. And now that the plug has been pulled, will we be seeing kinder and gentler shock jocks? Joining us now from Chicago, nationally syndicated radio talk show host Mancow.
Mondo Jobless.
That's very funny. Who said that?
Listeners do our work for us.
Billy Bats from Whackbag.
That's not his real name.
Of course it's
Trying
not.
to send in feedback right away, you're getting fucking fresh.
Oh, the Grease Man was on O'Reilly. All right. We got a few. Do you guys mind if we continue with this?
No,
it's interesting as hell.
It's the anniversary. How many years?
4 years. How do you not continue? You have to talk about
4
it.
fucking years.
Well, we did it today, and then a week from today, we finally got fired.
Mm-hmm. I still remember in 2003 with Ope being in Montreal. I think we met Brother Weeze, and how fucking depressing that time was. We were like less than a year in. It was July of 03. We had no idea how much time. Every call from Bob, it was a fucking nightmare.
Let down.
Bob called. It was just every time reaching for straws, hoping. It was to love something so much
and have it taken away.
Holy
Infinity
shit.
wouldn't let us work. It was just a mess.
It was really atrocious.
Hearing these fucking talking heads and dickbags like Mancow just bashing us, lying about our fucking career and not being able to answer to it because we couldn't talk. It was just depressing. Well, look, the worm has turned for you, my friend.
That's right. Whatever it means, I agree with it. Turning worms make me car sick.
Oh, they always win in the end. We came up with that way before we got fired, and man, when we were sitting out for over 2 years, I was starting to not believe that one.
Well, I know they're looking at me to replace Howard in a lot of the markets.
Were they, Mancow? Were they?
We got the inside scoop on that.
Yep.
You were calling them and leaving messages.
You were calling the top brass at CBS, leaving message after message, crying for the fucking job. The job that we got, douchebag. And what happened to you? You lost your fucking Chicago gig. Incompetent.
Do you think other radio guys are mad that you guys got that spot after all the shenanigans and then the satellite radio and then out of nowhere
they hate us. Let's do the timeline.
Out of nowhere.
Oh God, we wrecked it for everybody and then stepped into the void.
We were in the but there's even we were in the shock jock genre, pretty much at the top of the shock jock genre. We fuck it up for everybody. Other people get fired, and everyone else got their balls taken away.
Yeah.
So they were miserable. Mm-hmm. Then we go to satellite, where all these guys wanted to go because that's where the freedom was.
Yeah.
But their phones weren't ringing because they weren't going to go and just hire a bunch of shock jocks. They were going to be very careful with who they hired.
Right.
Hence, and we were available because we didn't have a contract. Hence the hiring at XM Satellite Radio.
Mm-hmm.
And then regular radio gets so bad, they have to bring us back over there, even though XM owns us, to save that.
Yeah.
These guys hate us.
Oh, they can't stand us. Oh, can they not stand us?
Think there's going to be more commercial markets?
Could be a couple of more, Jim.
We're up to, I don't even know. I know we're over 20.
I think 21.
Maybe.
I think 21, 22.
We're over 20. Bob is predicting at least 40 by the end of the year.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's what we're looking
All
at.
I care about is Calgary. I want Calgary.
Hey, dare to dream, my friend.
And I want Duluth.
Duluth.
Yeah.
You got to slow down with your dreaming, Jim.
Because I want to perform in Duluth.
All
right.
So, Mancow, was this like a shot across the bow of radio everywhere?
What do you mean by that? What do you mean?
What do you mean all over the country who looked up to Opie and Anthony, are they?
No one did.
Are they chastened now?
You know, I don't think anybody looked up to Opie and Anthony. I got to be honest with you.
Thank you. There he goes.
I did.
This guy was so fucking jealous of what we were doing.
By the way, I study speech patterns. Like when Howard says, I don't care, it means he really does care.
Right.
When someone says, I got to be honest with you, they're not being honest.
They're not being honest?
No.
I got to be honest with you. I think you're right.
Our comedian friends would go,
but pulling a Captain Kirk thing where smoke is supposed to come out of the paradox.
I remember back in the day when we were syndicated, and our comedian friends would come in. Adam Ferrara, in particular, would go to all these markets.
I got to be honest with you. I can't stand that fucking guy.
I got to be honest with you. I love him.
Oh, you prick. Got to be honest with you, Jim. I don't want to suck that cock.
I got to be honest. I was really glad that joke didn't bomb. Because when you paused, you took a moment.
He took the banana through me. I was going to go banana or cock joke, and I made a cock salad out of it.
No, you were trying to figure out the math in your head.
Yeah, he really was.
What should I say?
Wait, I want to make it. Yeah.
Do I need that cock, or do I not need that cock?
Right. He accidentally showed all work.
Yeah, he showed all work. Adam Ferrara would come back to NEW and do our show and say how all these radio shows said hi.
Yeah.
Big fans, all that. Really liked what we did. So when he says, I got to be honest with you, he knows. He knows there was a buzz out there with the other radio shows.
Yeah, are they chastened now?
You know, I don't think anybody looked up to Opie and Anthony. I got to be honest with you. I think it's like
do other corporate guys look up to the Enron officials? I think these guys were bad eggs.
They did look up to the Enron officials until they had sex in a church.
What a
their version of
What a dumb example.
They really looked up to
They
him.
looked up to the Enron officials.
They loved them.
Like, holy shit, look what these guys got away with.
Cash.
I wish I thought of that. What an idiot. Of course they looked up to him.
He tries to
They just didn't want to get caught like the Enron guys
He
did.
tried to inject a little intelligence into the conversation, like, look how smart I am. I know about Enron. Shut up.
Duluth.
Other corporate guys look up to the Enron officials. I think these guys were bad eggs. Opie and Acne, not a fan. Didn't like them as people. And I think this is as easy as it gets. And what scares me is the woman, you got that email, Karen from Michigan, you put that up. Let's get rid of all of them. The fact is, Dan Rather called what I have to say hate radio. They call Bill O'Reilly hate TV. What I do is not shock radio. I have an opinion. It doesn't go along with the liberal media, and so therefore I'm labeled a shock jock.
You fucking dumb shit. He actually thinks he's on the same level. I don't like Bill O'Reilly, but he thinks he's on that level where people don't like him because of his political views.
Being dangerous.
No one is looking at Mancow thinking, I don't like him because of his right-wing views. They don't like him because he has a guy named Turd go out and do radio stunts, and he's a shock jock and talks about sex. You're in the same fucking boat, you dumb shithead, as other shock jocks that get fired, like Bubba for the pig thing, or the other guys in Atlanta for leaving the mic open and talking to a stripper.
Dr. Laura.
Oh, Dr. Laura.
Oh, Dr. Laura. What?
I'll be honest with you. I don't know what to say now.
Go take on the day.
But you're in the boat with those people. And with us. We were in that boat. That's where you are, Mancow, you asshole. Be fucking honest with yourself. Oh, do I hate this guy.
With the liberal media, and so therefore I'm labeled a shock jock. Look, I study to be a minister, John. These people having sex in a church, they're filthy, they're animals, and I don't like being lumped in with them, and frankly, I don't think they should ever be allowed to work again.
Oh, well. Wait, what happened? On Sean Hannity, you said that it's a tough call.
Yeah, tough call, but now don't think we should work again.
Right.
Sorry, Mancow.
Not only
we're
are we
working again.
We're in Chicago. You're not.
And you're not.
And that was your hometown station.
Oops.
And now we're taking your old listeners. And they're becoming fans of our show.
Do I hate this guy?
There one time or another, back in my ancient history, there were some fairly bright lines in radio that the FCC had painted. They're not quite so bright anymore, or maybe after this they are.
Yeah. I mean, look, I guess that whole sex in a church thing I had planned for Monday is done. Look, the line is very blurry. I mean, guys have always complained about that. I don't know what your experience was in radio, but the lines are there's a lot of gray area. But one thing I know, I mean, for God's sakes, let's just think about this as a human being. You're in New York City. Yeah. Sex in a church. I mean, the Catholics pretty big group in New York there. Stupid. It's just stupidity.
They gave me the old strong. We got a special report.
Yeah.
So could you shut up? Stop your babbling.
Clinton's getting another blowjob. Will you shut up?
Well, and what kind of blew me away about this deal was, as you know, on Fox and Friends in the last day or so, one of the guys who works here also works on that
stupid Psycho Mark.
Do you want to hear that again?
Stupid Psycho Mark.
We can have. It depends how long you want to do this.
I don't want to hear Mark again. That blithering idiot.
Needless to say.
Needless to say.
He was our expert.
To be honest with you, he was smart on that.
Yeah, they're negotiating right now.
With Clear Channel.
They were in Detroit.
They're going to be back on the radio within a month. Oh, really? Fast forward to 26 months later. Thank you, Jimmy. We're on XM.
Could you front me some cash if I'm going to be working in a month?
Way to go, Psycho Mark. Needless to say,
on that former show, said they had been told, and they sent these people out to do the stunt, don't go in St. Patrick's. And when they called in, they said, we're at St. Patrick's, and these two guys said, go on in. It just kind of makes you wonder, what were they thinking?
You know what they weren't thinking. And I mean, again, this is the problem with being lumped in with these guys. Should we get rid of Horacio on the radio? Should we get rid of Sean Hannity? All of these shows are being lumped in, and I just don't think it's fair. These guys
not.
are dirt.
They lump in Rush
They didn't
Limbaugh and
lump
Sean
it-
Hannity to us.
Again, because he's trying, because he knew he was in the same fucking genre as we were. He knew that. So he's trying to expand it to these guys that are doing the type of radio he's dreamt of doing, which is, legitimate right-wing talk radio. That's what he wants to do. That's Mancow's next fucking, he thought that was going to be the next step for him. Ain't working. So he tries to pull it all together. Look, see, I'm in this category. No, you're not, shock jock. Unemployed shock jock.
Don't think it's fair. These guys are dirt bags. I know these guys. We have the same agent.
No, you don't know us.
He doesn't know us.
You
He's never
don't
met
know us. We had the same agent. We never met. Your stories about us meeting, all fucking lies. Your speech to Bob Eatman, our agent that we had in common at the time, was, Bob, could you get these guys and me together for dinner? I want to meet them, sit down and talk. And me and Opie said, no, there's no way we're fucking sitting with that cunt.
He wanted to fly us to Chicago and have a big steak dinner because he wanted Infinity Broadcasting to hire him because he was miserable in Chicago with the company he was at the time. And we were really big in the company.
Yeah.
It was us and Howard, and I guess Imus too. We did have a lot of power until he fucked up. So he figured, well, steak dinner with Opie and Anthony will help my cause, and then they'll give the good word to the boys back in New York, and then they'll hire me. And we said, no fucking way.
The guy's a liar.
And then the other thing is, when we did get fired, he tried to hire our staff because he knew we had such a great radio show. So he figured, well, if I hire their staff, they'll make my show better.
They all got the phone calls. Comics were getting the phone calls.
We have never talked to the guy. We've never been conference called with him. Nothing.
He called wanting us to meet with him, and we said to go fuck yourself through Bob. Tell him to go fuck himself. And he winds up telling Bob to go fuck himself after a while.
Right.
And now he's in great shape.
But to say he's met us and he knows us personally,
Never did.
That's just bullshit.
Have the same agent. That's the only thing I feel bad about. I don't want my guy to lose money over these two jagoffs, as we would call them in Chicago. They're bad guys. Say la vie, goodbye. Don't lump everybody in with these idiots.
Yeah, Jimmy, we're going to do that after the break. Trust me. Him. Don't even spoil it. It's a great bit. We have the audio, too, right?
Great. I just read that.
Yeah, we got the audio, 2 tracks. It could be, we're having a really good show today. That could be the showstopper, as you can listen to Jimmy in the background.
What a bunch of dopes.
Opie's really quiet on Line XM. What is that? How is that
What does
possible?
that mean?
How is that even possible? Anthony's talking a lot. Maybe
I'm being loud. Maybe I'm making things gate out.
Let's back up here a little bit. Okay. Everybody has bosses.
Yeah.
And the FCC is the boss of the radio station owner.
Right.
And the owner is the boss of radio station management. So what are managers saying today now that they've seen this can get so ugly?
Here's the thing, and I do want to bring up something very important, and it does relate to your question. I don't believe that we need more government. I mean, all of us have had to deal with the DMV or the post office. It's a disaster. I don't think this is a case of big government. I hope not. I hope there's not a witch hunt, because, who will be next? But I think the people have spoken. I think it's community standards, and the people of New York said enough is enough with these guys. My conversation with my managers, they know I'm never going to have people having sex in a church. I mean, listen to what we're saying. Listen to the fact that we're debating this. Is it so many years of Clinton that we even debate this? They had sex in a church. You're done. You don't deserve to have the tool of radio anymore. Goodbye. See you later, losers. Don't let the door hit you on the ass on the way out. So I can't even believe we're debating this. And what are managers saying? To me, they're saying nothing. Because they know I would never do something so stupid.
Whose door? Whose ass?
Who's stupid now?
That door says Chicago on it.
Who's stupid now? One of the reasons we're syndicated all over the country now is because this event made our names bigger.
Yeah, made our names bigger, you dumb fuck. Whether you agreed with it, didn't, thought it was right, wrong, we're ashamed of it, weren't, whatever.
The homeless guy in the street today knows who we are because of that.
He knew about it.
He hasn't had a radio in a decade.
Go suck Turd's dick, You fucking lying sack. One of the best stories I ever heard was when Danny Bonaducci tells a great story about punching Mancow in the fucking face in a parking garage, and how Mancow tried to hide behind his chick that he was with at the time, and he was taller than the chick, so Danny just went right over the girl's head and punched Mancow right in the fucking face.
He's like a karate
and
dude,
laid
right?
him out. Oh, yeah.
He's a problem,
Danny?
right? Bonaducci's a fucking...
you don't want to mess with him.
You don't want to fuck with him. You want to be on his good side.
He's got the roids, too, man.
He's an animal, right?
He's ridiculous.
And he's funny. The guy's genuinely fucking funny. And he's a psychopath. And he tells a great story about an on-air argument that got a little too personal. And when he finally did see him face-to-face, he had told him, over the air and through phone messages and stuff, that he's just going to I'm going to kick your ass. I'm going to fucking kick your ass. So when they finally saw each other in a parking garage, Mancow just kind of freezes and moved his chick in front of him. A fucking great move. And Danny just goes, hey, that your chick? And then he said something bad about Mancow's girl that he was with. And said, look, what's your fucking man doing about what I just called you? And Mancow's just saying nothing. And he reached right over the chick's head and punched Mancow in the face. And as he's knocked out, Mancow was knocked out cold. Danny grabbed a Sharpie or he had something and outlined his body in the parking garage so it would be there for a few days so he could point at it and go, that's where Danny was laying when I fucking knocked him out.
That's where Mancow was laying.
Or Mancow was laying when I knocked him out.
Yeah.
Hysterical fucking story.
That's wonderful.
Why don't you tell that one, you lying fuck Mancow? Ugh.
This week, a couple was arrested for having sex in St. Patrick's Cathedral in New York. It's part of a radio contest put on by two local DJs, Opie and Anthony. Hey, they sound wacky. I saw a picture of these two people who bonked, and all I can say is they've got bodies built to on radio. I mean, all right. What's next? Getting a rim job on the Jefferson Memorial? Wheezy, of course, not George. And, where do we go from here? Turning tricks on the police scanner? Cunnilingus with semaphore flags? I mean, seriously.
Semaphore flags?
What's the world coming to?
How about a little anal at the Acropolis?
Church. That is a privilege reserved solely for priests. No.
What are semaphore flags?
Just fucking. That's what you guide an airplane in with. That's what you signal from a ship with. Is that what it is?
But cunnilingus with them, how does that work?
Half his audience laughs because they don't want to...
Semaphore flags.
They don't want to look stupid.
Was that a Monday Night Football joke?
I have no idea.
Who cares?
Jesus.
And Rush Limbaugh on Monday Night Football. I'm so glad that show is folding.
Oh.
Dumb cunts.
There you go. I mean, we could get a little taste of O'Reilly, then we can move on to some current stuff today.
Oh, this is where he talks about sexually harassing a fellow employee with a loofah sponge and a heart-on. Tell me how big his cock is.
Yeah, let's remember that story that happened after O'Reilly had a lot to say about it.
Right. We remember that, where he paid off a woman
so
during
a
court
about what
case
happened?
that she alleged he had called her and had phone sex or tried to, made suggestive sexual fantasies on the phone about loofah sponges and fucking this woman, and there you go.
Wow.
Here's Mr. Fucking Morality.
Our top story tonight, syndicated radio shock.
I know it sucks. After that big setup, which was great, Anthony.
Yes.
I applaud you for that.
Who was that?
He was on vacation.
Okay.
It was still called the O'Reilly Factor, but someone was sitting in.
God damn it. Top story, Bill's not here.
Right. Maybe we should pre-listen to some of this stuff.
It was 4 years ago, and I have a mental block of the whole fucking thing. I don't want to think about it.
Jocks, Opie and Anthony have been kicked off the air.
This clip has the grease man, though.
Yeah.
He had a lot of fun with
What a doodle.
Fired over this sex stunt they pulled inside St. Patrick's Cathedral. Last week, the duo broadcast an eyewitness account of a couple having sex inside the church, and yesterday they were officially canned. Bill O'Reilly interviewed the pair recently, and they insisted they're careful to never cross the line. Right. Here is that never-before-seen interview.
Never before seen interview. Because
they did the thing on the downfall of the American youth or the corruption of the American youth, and we were part of that. But a lot of shit was edited out.
A little insight. We got the attention of like the media and TV and stuff, but we were just two dummies from. I mean, we're from New York originally.
We were stupid.
But we came from Boston, and we were definitely still green and naive, so...
We thought any time the news called, we should do it.
So we sat down with Bill O'Reilly. He talked to us well over an hour, tape rolling the whole time. We're saying some good stuff. We know we're saying good stuff. After the interview, we're walking back up toward 57th and 7th thinking, man, that went really well. How you compared religion to this and that, and we were showing some intelligence. Stupid us not knowing how this works, where they tape you for an hour and a half and wait for you to say all the dumb stuff.
Then they cut
out all the intelligent stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to make excuses. I'm telling you, we had no idea back then. You would just talk about everything.
Well, they would also just cut out anything that made your point of view.
Right.
And then they would leave in the stuff that reinforces their point of view.
Right.
And that's what he did.
Well, his angle was that all we did was sex stuff. So So he took this hour and a half and made sure there was a lot of clips about us talking about
sex.
The people you work for, the big operation, the big radio operation, do they care what you say on the air?
Without a doubt. We do every day. We have guidelines. We have FCC, rules we got to adhere to, and we do a very good job at that.
Well, you skirt it. You're smart.
Yeah, we're very smart. We know where the line is, and we tiptoe on the line, of course. We know at this point what our audience likes. We know how to do it, and that's what we give them.
Well, what do they like? What do they want?
They like to be entertained in traffic. They like to...
Be specific, though. Wait. You just said, we know what our audience likes, and we give it to them. I want specifically what they like.
Okay, you know what men like, Bill?
No,
talk about sex, talk about sports, talk about entertainment, hanging with their friends,
talk about
TV shows,
talk about sex.
No,
sex is number one.
There's sex in there, sure. We wouldn't consider sex number one on our show. No way.
Every time I tune in,
the media likes to.
Well, wait a minute. Every time I tune into your program, there's a babe taking off her top, or there's a discussion of lesbians.
I listen every day, Bill.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Every time I tune in, there's a sexual theme. I'm not hearing the ball scores. If you took sex out of the
2 on the nose.
Wait,
how's that for a score, you fucking asshole?
How about 2 behind the loofah sponge in the lawsuit? What do you think of that, shit dick?
What do you think of them apples?
Yeah, fuck yeah. The winner woman. Right. She won that game. I wish I knew her name. It'd be a lot funnier.
Yeah.
He's about to say something very dramatic.
Uh-oh.
Here he comes.
He's good.
And this statement has now been proven wrong, by the way.
Oh. Tune in. There's a sexual theme. I'm not hearing the ball scores. If you took sex out of the Opie and Anthony show, there's a lot of dead air, you know what I mean?
Really? Is that true?
Really?
Take sex out?
So
unless we have girls in here shoving fucking wiffle ball bats in them, or taking their tops off like you said.
Yeah. We're just sitting here looking at the door waiting for the next naked chick, and we have nothing else to give the people.
That's it.
We're just whistling and humming and going.
No, you can't even do that. It's got to be dead air.
Oh, so
we're
not even smart enough to tap the dead air?
Nothing.
It's just, TV.
Hi, Bill? Yeah, it's the Opie and Anthony show. Can you tell us what we can do? Because we're not talking about sex, and it's dead air.
Excuse me.
And we're going to get fired.
Excuse me, Bill. We've run out of sex stories. Could you tell one of your sex stories? That should fill up some time on our show.
Something about a loofah cock and a coworker that's you got to give money to or something? Something like that. Tell that fucking story.
Don't call him, because Fox Security will trace you on the phone.
Right.
A faggot.
We have your number, your name, and you will be getting contacted by Fox Security.
And then by me while I jerk off to your voice. You creep. Fuck off.
No, we don't. We fill it up.
Without any sex?
Sometimes we go weeks without doing anything. I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
I'm talking about on the air, not off the air.
No, on the air. It goes in stages, and we'll even check ourselves. And I'll go to Ann, Ann, we're getting a little too much sex on the show lately. Let's back off, and then we'll.
This is easy. Sex is easy. You know this.
If you cannot be successful in this business just doing sex every day.
So, should the shock jocks have been fired for their latest stunt? Joining us now are Bob Peters. Bob's the president of Morality in Media.
Great, that's the guy you want.
Was he for or against the show?
Someone's saying, what do you think of them apples? Way to show them, Opie. What do you think of them apples?
In media, and in Washington, Doug Tracht. He's a radio talk show host. He's known as the Grease Man.
The Grease Man.
Well, Mr. Peters, why don't you react to the decision to fire these guys?
Well, I think it's great in two respects. I think they merited being fired. They should have been fired a long time ago. But, I regard myself as a political conservative, and I say, one of the best ways to, reduce the size of government is to reduce the need for it. And when corporations, even after a long delay, do the right thing, there's less need for government. So I'm glad Infinity Broadcasting, for once, has done the right thing.
Mr. Tracht, you've been caught in situations where you've actually lost your job because of some things that you said on the air.
Brad-a-dee-doo. Yes, the Negroes. Said something about dragging behind trucks, and then I was out of a job. You're right.
But he's gonna tell the world that we're dirtbags.
Silly jibigaboos. Jesus. Doug Tracht.
Where you've actually lost your job because of some things that you've said on the air. How do you feel about this decision affecting these two guys?
Well, when you think about it, with some of the stuff that's gone on in churches already, maybe they should be looking on the bright side. At least the people in there were of age and heterosexual. I wish they'd fire some of the priests that get caught having sex in church as fast as they fire these guys.
Cricket, 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 cricket. Cricket, 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 cricket.
Yeah, I wish,
Let me go for the obvious joke here.
Some of the church, pedophile priest,
Oh, wait.
Fired.
Tumbleweed.
Ooh, good.
Hey, I like that, Jimmy.
Holy sound guy.
Yeah. Wait, come back.
It hits something.
Yeah, it got windy.
Fire these guys. But when you hire a show like that...
Some of them may end up in jail, the priests.
Well, let's hope so. That'd be a great thing. When you hire a show like this that's more based on stunts, pranks, going over the edge, this is the kind of thing that you have to watch out for. I try to do a show that I paint pictures, I use the language, I do words, but if you have a show
paint pictures
that's going to be, can you top...
Pictures that are bought by Klan members.
Yeah, you painted a hell of a picture that day.
Hell of a picture.
A lot of charcoal in that picture, huh?
Let me go into the black. Let me use a little alizarin crimson for the blood. Anyone know how to draw a pickup truck and a chain? Paint pictures. You sure painted a big one, didn't you?
Just because you didn't like Lauryn Hill.
Yikes.
Nice. All these guys trying to claim that they're better than everybody else.
Yeah. They're all in a different category. We were all in the same boat, jerk-offs.
That's going to be, can you top this with the nearest naked man jumps into hot chocolate, somebody amputates testicles of a pig on the air for entertainment value. You have to keep going to the next level and the next level and the next level. And I think these guys were doing what they were paid to do. It's like a wife that cooks and cleans and does everything for you. She breaks wind in bed one night, boom, she's out of there.
Yeah, punch her in the face.
I think these guys were doing what they got paid to do. And companies that hire this kind of show have to deal with the burning remnants.
Of the aftermath there.
He couldn't help himself.
I believe those two had to be corrected.
It's pretty funny that he's talking about, responsible radio, and he does a hack priest joke.
Oh, yeah.
And a fart joke.
And rolls his R's like his character.
I can't do that.
And then tries to defend himself.
Remnants.
By saying he paints pictures. Oof. The picture, all right.
Yeah. He uses the blood of the colored.
Yeah.
That's right.
To paint his pictures.
There's sickle cell on my pictures. I wish I could do it like Ann can, but I can't.
What a doodle.
The show have to deal with the burning remnants of the aftermath.
Well, Mr. Peters, he makes, in some sense, a good point, which he says is that the management told him to do it. Of course, if the management told me to do that kind of stuff, I wouldn't do it.
Yeah,
but
of course,
does that then mean that the management itself ought to be held accountable?
Just make sure that dead people are shown on your shots, on your news shots.
Yeah, really.
That's all. Management tells you that, don't they? Management tells you things like, if it bleeds, it leads, right?
But
they tell you that.
But you're better than us, right?
Yeah.
Because someone tells you you're not going to do it, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Sure, you won't.
Self ought to be held accountable, that perhaps their license suspended, their license revoked. How do you feel about that?
Well, I tell you, I mean, my concern about a revocation is that the FCC simply has not been doing its job in terms of upholding the public interest standard for broadcasters. And then all of a sudden, literally probably out of decades of taking no strong action, suddenly they're going to try to revoke a license. I mean, had the FCC been doing its job all along, in my opinion, this would have never happened.
Yeah.
But even if it had happened, in such a circumstance, the FCC would have been well within its rights, in my opinion, to pull the license.
Mr. Track, these guys had a 3-year, $30 million deal that they signed in June 2001.
We did? Boy, I'd like to see some of that money.
Wow.
Holy shit. I certainly would like to see that piece of cake.
And know where that figure came from?
Yeah.
Obviously, we were doing well. John Minnelli, as we keep it real on this show. Fucking John Minnelli from the New York Post, who I do like. He's a friend of mine and a friend of the show. He asked us how much money we were making with our new syndicated deal.
It was the day we signed it.
Right.
We did an interview with him about the fact that we just signed a new deal with Infinity Broadcasting.
We pretty much said it was none of his business.
So we're in Ken's office on the conference call with him, and he asks, how much is the contract for?
Right. And we didn't answer that. So then he figured it out in terms of what Howard was making.
Yeah, or something like that.
And he had some kind of equation, and he decided that's what we were making, which was nowhere near.
It was ridiculous. When we read
doing well. Yes, of course, we were doing well, but nowhere near what was quoted in the paper by John Minnelli, because he did a little math equation.
And no one liked that better than Bob. Bob, our agent, was just like, this is great. He goes, you know what they're going to have to pay on the next contract?
We never got to that next contract.
No, we didn't.
They signed in June 2001. Now, these guys had been in Boston. I understand they were in Boston. I've been told that they were fired because on April Fool's Day they went on and said that the mayor had been shot and killed and they lost their jobs.
Shot and killed? What?
This is Fox News.
They totally got that wrong.
This is the National Enquirer, you ass. All you had to do was Google our name.
It was a ridiculous April Fool's gag that he was killed in a car crash in Florida with such wacky circumstances that we never got into. Under such wacky circumstances that it was obviously an April Fool's joke. And this guy reporting that we said he was shot and killed.
Can we sue this guy?
He was in the car with Kennedy.
Yeah.
And he was shot in the wrist. And he dropped his Stetson.
Shot and killed.
The magic bullet hit his big fat tongue.
They went on and said that the mayor had been shot and killed and they lost their jobs. Then they come to New York and they signed a deal for $30 million. Is it likely that after this they're going to go somewhere else and sign a bigger deal?
Well, let's face it. What they did was probably in bad taste, and every now and then you can make a mistake on the air. Lord knows. I live in a glass house myself. The deal is, I don't think they'll come back.
But it's well alarmed because of the Negroes. Don't want them breaking into my glass house.
Did you hear him bring his voice down for that? Well, I live in a glass house.
I know. I shouldn't throw stones living in a glass house. But I'll sling a little lead. If a coon comes to my door, he's a goner. Yes, they've got to live with the burning remnants of a cross on your lawn. What a doodle. What an ass.
He's coming back to Washington Radio, by the way.
Is he?
Yeah, we're going to have fun with him soon.
Welcome, Grease Man.
don't think they'll come back with a major company right away because major companies are afraid of protests and people wandering around and shareholders getting nervous and stock prices going up and down. But I think in time, if they've learned from this brutal acid test of what works and what doesn't work, they can find a local station with an owner with some guts and probably resurface back to where they were.
Or XM.
Mr. Peters.
I am the great Karnak. Look at him, fucking Kreskin. The Kreskin man. What a doodle. Pick a card, any card. Prestidigitation. He's a magician.
Yeah.
The guy figured it all out. He knew.
Pick a card, any card. Oh, look, it's a spade.
Yeah, spade. I take them all out of the deck. Don't even like looking at him anymore. What a doodle.
Mr. Peters, what impact do you think this kind of radio has on young people?
Well, I'm a media watcher, and I don't know how many times over the last several years I've seen articles specifically on the decline of civility in the United States in public life, affecting people of all ages. And I don't say I've never read an article where the impact of media hasn't been mentioned, but it would be the exception. I think most people attribute, at least to some extent, a decline in civility in public life affecting people of all ages.
Decline in civility, like when women couldn't vote, or blacks were hosed and had to drink at different water fountains, you fucking dumb cunt.
Yeah. When we thought homosexuals were a disease.
Were a diseased criminal, prowlers, predators, and when pregnant girls were sent off to abortions over state lines with hangers,
or how to just live somewhere else,
or how to live somewhere else. These are the good old days we always talk about. The decline of civility.
So they were civil back then. Get out of my yard, nigger. Okay, boss.
That's very civil.
Yeah, civil, lovely society.
Board listener from North Carolina. Yes.
Yeah, how much longer are we going to have to listen to this shit?
As long as we want to fucking play.
And you know what you'll do, boy? You'll listen.
That's right, boy.
So that means every year at this time we have to listen to this.
That's right. In 365 days, you're fucked again.
Well, I'm going to mark it down on my calendar.
You should do that. Right after fuck my sister and find a job.
Hey, Jimmy.
Yes, sir.
I love you, man.
Thank you, mister.
All right, get out of here.
He loves Jimmy, but who cares?
Board listener is not his real name.
Houston Improv all weekend long.
Attaboy, big jokes coming.
To some extent, a decline in civility in public life affecting people of all ages. Now, if it can affect some of us adults...
Yet it's popular, isn't it? It's hard to understand.
Well, you know, I live in New York City, and you know, Howard Stern, to my knowledge, is the most quote-unquote popular radio talk show host in New York City. But, you know, out of the people who are listening to radio in the New York City area, it's about 7%.
From in a minute from now.
93% of radio listeners don't watch Howard Stern, listen to him, and I don't listen to radio, so I don't even count.
This track, very quickly, I want to give you the last word here. Does this affect young people negatively? Why is it so popular?
I don't think it affects young people negatively. I think negative young people are attracted to this. I think nowadays you have people on the air who really necessarily can't create magic, so they destroy. They break things up. And I think there's enough disenfranchised people. If you look at some of the music videos, some of the junk that's out there where people are throwing up and breaking things and smashing and dying in wrecks and dismembering themselves. I don't think this affects people. I think it just draws the already offbeat crowd into a house of pain.
I want to thank you for both of you gentlemen for being with us. This may be the beginning of a significant change on the radio. We'll have to see.
Certainly will be. Oops.
Yeah, well,
and sorry, we'll be here to fill the void.
That's right. That's 4 years ago, and there was some major changes that went on, and then and now we're back to save the day again.
And by the way, we do create magic on this show. Watch. I saw this retarded baby, so I fucked it. Ta-da!
The aristocrats.
Hey, we'll stop there for now, but tomorrow, can we play... we had to play the last segment we did before we had to sit for 26 months.
Wow. The last segment on the air.
And some other things, maybe.
I got to take a piss.
Yes. And coming up, by the way, not to interrupt you, but we have a new thing we're doing on this anniversary. It's called Sex with Sam. It's where we all line up and stick our dicks in a wide-footed mulata.
Why is it always about
He's throwing his huge arms up in the air.
Yeah, look at him.
Boy,
oh, my God.
Boy, that's going to make us think you're white.
A black man with rosacea.
Oh.
I don't like his rosy cheeks.
He's like a gibbon with those arms.
I don't even know what a gibbon is, and I like that joke.
Those monkeys with the giant long arms. Fucking gibbon.
Watch the way his feet point out when he walks. I want to just block them like a Japanese woman and finger his ass. I don't know how that ties in, but it makes me feel better. Samuel.
Also, remind me, seriously, someone out there remind me. I swear, I've never heard this, but the Ron and Fez stuff?
Yeah.
You called Ron and Fez. What's the HRL broadcast?
Oh,
you don't know.
I do.
HRL.
And then he does,
hourly.
And then Ron and Fez did a Remember O&A Part 1 and Part 2.
Oh.
So we'll play all that tomorrow if someone reminds me.
Nice.
And Cousin Ed, I remember, went on the air and played Rage Against the Machine, and people thought that the show was back on.
Yeah.
But he was just, fucking with it.
Yeah, that was great.
That was a hurtful.
I remember walking
the same Cousin Ed that made me sit outside his studio for an hour and a half the last time I was in Philly? Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Ed.
I walked into Ron
Thanks
and
for the
Fez's
support.
show after we got the boot over at NEW, and I was used to we used to do the Afro shows. We used to just both, go in there and hang out and do their show. And I had to just stand there and watch them do the show, and I couldn't get on mic or anything. It was so depressing because it was so much fun to do. And then it's just like, no, I can't go on the air. It really is fucking over, you know?
Yeah.
Just go home and sit for 2 fucking years.
Yeah, all right. So we'll do... we'll do a little more tomorrow. Not as long as we did today, but we'll do about 20 minutes tomorrow on this if you remind me, okay? We got some good stuff to play, but... we'll play one more newscast going in a break. We'll take a break.
It's a picture of a gibbon. That's a gibbon. Look at how long those arms are.
Isn't it like on what was it? What's Happening? The band that sang was the Gibbons Kids. Do you remember that? That was the name of the band.
Was it?
Yeah, Bubbling Brown Sugar.
Bubbling Brown Sugar. Bubbling Brown Sugar.
No clue.
Yeah, the Gibbons Kids.
It was the Gibbons Kids?
Yes.
All right. Make up your own.
That was the name.
I understand. Just you could whatever you want to do at home.
Guys, we're going to need a half
whatever
hour
the grease
for this.
man wants to do.
All right, you got it.
All right. I
gotta tinkle and wash my strawberries.
Hold it for me.
Can I do the tease?
No.
Can I just read the headline?
No.
Jimmy, you read the headline.
All right. Teacher accused of molesting teenage boys.
Wait till you hear how he did that. We got audio and everything. So as we go to break, one more newscast for today, and we'll go back to this tomorrow.
Another sex scandal in the Catholic Church tonight, but this one involves a radio stunt. 3 people are under arrest for having sex in St. Patrick's Cathedral while radio fans listened in. Why would anyone want to do this? Well, Alita Lopez is live right now at St. Pat's to explain. Alita.
Kaidi, Opie and Anthony, the duo from 102.7 WNEW, has long been known for their antics, most recently for having a voyeur bus filled with barely clad women cruise around Times Square. Now, that got a lot of press from City Hall, but tonight's sex in public places stunt that got all the way here to this holy place may have gone too far. Now, police say 37-year-old Brian Florence and 35-year-old Loretta Lynn Harper, both of Virginia, were arrested for having sex on a vestibule outside St. Patrick's Cathedral during the live Opie and Anthony show this afternoon around 4:45. A security guard discovered the pair and 42-year-old Paul Mercurio of New York City, who was working with the station and apparently was on a cell phone relaying the act on air. Tonight, the trio are at Midtown North Precinct, and the couple is charged with obscenity in the 3rd degree. Paul Mercurio for acting in concert. Now, the incident today was part of the radio show's Sex for Sam contest seen here on this website. It challenged people to have sex in public places Thursday, August 15th, today, with a spotter from the show tagging along. Now, couples will accumulate points for where and who was involved in these acts. The couple with the most points, the prize, was a trip to Boston. Now, again, tonight, the trio is in the Midtown North Precinct and is expected to be arraigned tomorrow morning. Now, police also tell us that Florence, the man from the couple caught in the act, was also taken to St. Clair's Hospital to get prescribed medication for, of all things, a back pain. Now, no comment tonight from St. Patrick's Cathedral or the radio station. We're live tonight at St. Patrick's Cathedral. I'm Lolita Lopez for the WB11 News at 10. Peter, back to you.
All right, Lolita, the prize was a trip to Boston. Go figure.
Ladies and gentlemen, here they come. Opie and Anthony.
Here we go.
Waka waka. Give it to me. Suck it. He. What the fuck is that? Oh yeah.
Oh
yeah.
I like that.
Oh What an ass. I can't believe.
Are you insane?
Oh, yeah. Oh, God damn. All right. Say what again? Come on, say what? What? Stop the fuck up. Give it to me. Fuck it. Hey. Whoa, hey. Whoa, hey. Opie and Anthony. Back it off.
All right. Let's say hi to John in Texas. John, what's up today?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
Hey, I just wanted to tell Jimmy we're coming to see him this weekend, and I'm bringing my fiance who's hearing impaired, and so he has to speak really clearly so she can hear every disgusting word he says.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Sure, I don't mind, man. I have a lot of hearing impaired people who show up at my shows.
She's hot, too.
Cool. Burden.
Hey, you guys are awesome. Thank you very much. You make my drive much better.
All right. You should just shout one of your jokes.
I'd love to. Just a megaphone.
Just for her to go, we see there's a deaf person in the audience today.
You know, it's always funny when a comic does act and has a woman on the side signing all the jokes. That really makes it funny.
Comedy.
Yeah, whenever he says the word cunt, she just has to point at herself.
Teacher accused of tricking, molesting teenage boys. Page 1.
Greatest sentence ever written, by the way.
The first sentence?
How can you not love this?
You know what? I'm not going to risk it.
It's just a...
If I mumble through it, it's going to...
No, it doesn't matter.
Nope. I refuse to do it.
It's the story, not the...
Nope.
Wait a minute,
Nope.
What the hell?
Nope.
Where's the...
I'm going to be missing somebody.
Oh, no. Where did I...
Oh, boy.
Where's mine? It was on top, but now it's all...
It could be...
Where'd it go, Fan?
Oh, boy.
Oh, no. It's somewhere, but it's not.
Maybe...
It's right there, dude.
There you go. Anthony, why don't you read the first sentence?
Uh-oh.
Why?
From Waltham, Mass.
Mm-hmm.
Good old Waltham. Prosecutors said a middle school teacher allegedly lured students to his home to test a female masseuse, then blindfolded them and sexually assaulted them while wearing a wig, prosecutors said.
How do you not love that guy?
To test.
I got a female masseuse, and then he blindfolds him and throws a wig on. How do you not love this guy?
He would get, guys? Oh, teenage boys. Okay. So he'd invite teenage boys over. Say that he was testing this female masseuse. Like, hey, guys, I got this female masseuse. I'm not sure if she's any good or not. I'm testing her out. I've tried her. She seems pretty all right, but I want other opinions. So why don't you come over and check her out? It's like she's good for sports, like massages, things like that. Lay down. Look, you're going to have to wear a blindfold because I think the visual stimulation, if you see the girl, it's not very attractive.
There's a reason for that.
Why?
You have to read on.
Yeah.
It gets better.
Oh, really?
As to
I
how
was speculating.
dumb these kids are.
All right. Robert Dacey, 49, a drama teacher. Oh, boy, it's always the drama teacher. At the McDevitt Middle School, an assistant coach of 3 sports at Waltham High School, pleaded not guilty at his arraignment Monday in Waltham County Court. 2 counts of child rape, 2 counts of child enticement, and 1 count of indecent assault and battery.
He's in Dutch.
Why is only some of that highlighted? I'm just going to read it. Authorities say he repeatedly raped and assaulted one boy who is now 21 at his Waltham home over the span of several years. Wow, beginning when he was 14.
God, when was he going to speak up?
Daisy is also charged.
How many times did he get tricked? How many hot female masseuses are continually putting a baton in your asshole
Haven't
until
you
it bleeds?
picked a masseuse yet?
6 years into it. Wait a minute. I think something's going on here.
It was like Dressed to Kill.
Right.
He kept seeing Bobby leave the office last.
He met all 3 boys through his role as their teacher or coach, prosecutors said. Dacey allegedly persuaded the boys to come to his house by saying he would pay them $50 to allow a mafia masseuse in training to practice on them.
What the hell's a mafia masseuse?
That's why you need the blindfold. It's brilliant.
She was probably she's going to massage the mafia. What an awful...
A mafia masseuse in training to practice on them, prosecutor said. He would cover their eyes with duct tape.
I jump in here. This drama teacher, brilliant.
Yeah.
Because, you read this stuff in court and it's like, who would believe this
Who's
shit?
buying this?
They're obviously smoking something in between classes.
That is
a
great.
Mafia masseuse in training.
But don't these kids wonder, why, is she training with my creepy drama teacher, and why does she want to massage me and then jerk me off or blow me if she's going to massage the mafia?
Well, the mob does like getting jerked off and blown.
But why doesn't she just practice on them? One of their capos. Fat Clemenza.
Because, God forbid, she does something wrong.
Yeah.
Then she could get whacked.
Why doesn't she massage Tessio's feet? I'm sure they're sore from the little girl standing on.
Oh, great. Dell battery recall. That should help my stock.
Yeah, good luck to you.
Okay, no, it's...
He would cover their eyes with duct tape and blindfold them under the guise of protecting the masseuse's identity, then perform the massage himself and sexually assault them,
I'm trying to tickle your balls, and right away you're getting fucking fresh.
Jesus Christ.
And if you close your eyes, he leans over and sucks your dick, you'd think it was the real person. I can see how a 14-year-old retarded boy could fall for him. And I'm trying to bang this drama teacher. Oh, look at him. Oh, it's Nick Nolte. It's fucking Nick Nolte with a Down syndrome hairdo. Oh, he's the greatest. Look at this guy. Oh, he's the fucking...
wow.
I love him.
What a creep. They all look like this
guy.
What
a fatty.
Wow.
They all look like this guy.
Oh, he's the greatest.
You might want to spit out all that sperm.
Oh, what a beaut.
He was banging cocktail waitresses 2 at a time.
No, he wasn't.
He was the greatest piece of ass I've ever had, and I've had him all over the world.
Let's see, where were we? Okay.
Hold on. Cowbell Bill.
Hey, guys, what's going on?
Habil.
Hey, listen, I got a question for you. This guy used duct tape on their eyes?
Yeah.
Did anybody in the school question why the entire wrestling team had no eyebrows? The fuck?
Yeah, good point. Good point, Beal.
All right, fellas, good talking to you.
Later, man.
Bye, sweetie.
There goes Cowbell Bill.
Then he would perform the massage himself,
Go back to the
assault
mafia
them.
thing.
Yeah.
Oh, duct tape, blindfold. Okay.
Duct tape, right.
All right,
Prosecutors said the alleged victims recalled a woman's hair brushing them while they were blindfolded, but that the hair actually was a wig worn by Dacey. So he put this long wig on, and in order to complete the ruse, as he's massaging, this hair would brush along the backs, I guess, or fronts of these boys.
Or if he should have his back rubbed by a fat transvestite. And I'm going to blame some of the people in this room. And then I do not tip.
He started to touch me. He started to grab me. I told him to stop. He didn't stop. I hit him back. And then he got really angry. He pushed me out of the car.
And what did he say after the little guys came?
Now go home and get your fucking shine box.
Oh, that's not right.
How's the massage of this place? Try the fat drama T-shirt. Best in the city.
Hold on.
Nice massage, Lou.
Yeah.
Are you a man? Maybe.
Bill O'Reilly checking in. Bill?
This is Bill O'Reilly. Here I am listening again, and here you are talking about sex again.
Bill went down south for a little bit.
You sound a lot stupider today, Bill, than normal.
All right, what else we got here?
All right, let's see. Yeah, the wig worn by Daisy. The 21-year-old told police that Daisy told him the same masseuse story when he was an 8th grader, but was able to see that the person entering the room was in fact Mr. Daisy, wearing a black woman's wig and fake temporary fingernails.
Wait, is that a black woman's wig or a black woman's wig? Like fucking... Did he have extensions?
Yeah, I think a weave of some...
he had his hair...
Pull that goddamn weave off your head. His bail, only 25 G's.
And he has to stay at his sister's
home under house arrest to wear an electronic monitoring system. He's also ordered to stay away from schools, children under 16, and the Internet. It's tragic all around, said Mayor Jeanette McCarthy, chairwoman of the school committee.
He fooled that kid for 7 years? How fucking much training does he think a masseuse goes through?
Hey.
What, do you think the mafia masseuse just wants to jerk him off?
Let's go to Chicago, Chi-Town. George, what's up?
Hey, I take some duct tape, a wig, a little oil, and that's my trick.
Wait, what's that?
Bonanza making the sauce.
Come on, you might have to jerk off a whole bunch of guys one day.
Fingernails.
Let's go to the story.
A popular Waltham teacher finds himself getting a tough lesson in the law. He is accused of raping students, past and present, and he could be released from jail this morning. 7 News now live outside Middlesex County Jail in Cambridge. Lauren Frisbo is there. Lauren.
Jeff, Robert Daisy was a middle school teacher. He was a drama teacher at McDevitt Middle School in Waltham for 20 years. He was also a coach at the high school. But now he's locked up in this jail, and he likely won't be in front of a classroom anytime soon.
He was good. He was good. I'm surprised, you know.
This student knew Robert Daisy from football, but now many people around Waltham are talking about this longtime teacher for his alleged sex crimes. Daisy said nothing to reporters outside court. He said nothing inside court either. Authorities saying the 49-year-old drama teacher and assistant football coach lured 2 14-year-old students to his apartment in Waltham last year many times. He allegedly told the teens that he needed their help in training a masseuse for the mafia. But investigators say there was no masseuse. The massages were done by Daisy himself, which then escalated into sex.
Did he wonder why the massage lady was fucking him in the ass? Why he had to suck her cock? What a dumb kid.
Nick in Wisconsin. Nick.
You don't go to a man like Mo Green dressed up in a wig and molest him.
Like that. Yeah, Mo sitting on the massage table. One of the students got his eye shot out.
Fredo, you're my drama teacher and I love you.
Here's a great one. Casper in Connecticut. Casper.
Hey, guys, was he wearing a Maury's wig?
I want my hand job, Henry. Fuck him, that cigarette hijacking Mick.
Draw hand jobs for everybody.
Todd in Ohio.
Morning, boys.
Hey.
How you doing, Sugar Short?
Hey.
I got a little Pat from Wanaki joke for you.
All right.
This girl really was a drama queen.
Chris in Jersey.
No, I thought you said jerk him off, Spider. I got you off Whack Bag. I want to get full credit.
All right, thank you, buddy. That's really funny.
Jerk him off, Spider.
Let's see, blah, blah, blah. All right, more to the story here.
The suspect's sister was in court, and if her brother posts the $25,000 bail that he's being held on, he's been ordered to live under house arrest at her home in Belmont. Daisy will have to wear an electronic monitoring device on his ankle. Neighbors aren't too comfortable about this.
Just get him out. Get him out of here.
It's definitely an unsettling feeling.
Police say there is a third victim who's now 21 years old. The former student is saying that he was being paid by Daisy for his silence. Some of his former students that we talked to said they aren't surprised by these allegations.
He was just too friendly. He would get really involved. Like, he seemed to care too much.
Yeah. No shit, huh?
Kidding. Tim in New York.
What's up, boys?
Hey,
man.
He's a fag.
Very good. Let's go to Chris in Jersey. Chris.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Hey.
I know how this guy gives the massages. One hand goes that way, one hand goes that way. Guy with the wig going, what do you want from me?
Richie and
That drama teacher does not get a pot as that masseuse.
Richie.
He was teaching them how to go to the mattresses.
All right. He was teaching them how to go to the mattresses. Very good. Not bad at
Leave
all.
the wig. Take the fingernails.
That's a great one. I'm glad we got that in today.
Oh, how do you not love that? A mafia lady is training the mafia. Like, what a hack reason.
It really is like a dramatic, over-the-top drama teacher reason for having a woman in there doing that. It's like he almost came up with like a script, like a story.
Yeah, he's gonna jerk guys off with his father.
and the wigs. They were your father's wigs. If there's a teenager on the table, I know we have a deal.
Pass the wig around. We're bigger than U.S. velvet.
Penis Wrinkle, what's up?
Yeah, he was jerking off high school boys, 2 at a time.
Let's go to Rob on Long Island. Rob.
I love it.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, Rob.
How you doing? I just wanted to thank Anthony's brother for coming out with Guitar Father. That's going to be what I'm going to be introducing my wedding party to. For my wedding in 11 days. Yeah.
Oh, well, congratulations.
Hey, we haven't played that in a while. Why don't we end the show with that?
That's a
Brother
good way
Joe
to wrap up the segment.
Father. Sure.
I swear to God, I didn't know he was a man, Mikey.
Mr. Motherfucker.
Hey, some niggas blindfolded me and raped my ass.
All right. That's a good fella's line.
Yeah. In my neighborhood, we would leave the wig to the drama teachers. They're faggots anyway, so let them lose their souls. Yeah, I saw a very beautiful drama teacher with a wig and fingernails. I don't know any drama teacher like that. Not around here. Oh, I'm so happy.
They got the drama teacher by the massage table.
Now you've had your happy ending.
Look how he's jerked off my boy.
Put his pants back on. I don't want his mother to see him like this.
Frank in Queens. Come on, Frank.
Go on. Be a massage therapist just like your father.
Frankie, jump in. Let's go.
Hey, Frank, you there?
Yeah.
No?
Thanks.
Hey,
All right.
Frankie, 5 fingers.
Guido in Philly.
Jerome.
I'm going to go jerk off the kid. Jerk off the kid.
That is all, guys.
Guido, go.
Jerome. I'm not going to blow him. I'm just going to rub him.
Wow.
I guess it's
right?
I guess it's time to go home.
Close.
Why should we let him sprawl all the fun?
I guess it's just time to go home.
Ever since I was a kid, I always wanted to be a woman masseuse.
Luke.
His name is Luca Brazzi, and he massages my father.
Luke.
Now go home and get your fucking wig.
5 happy endings, and he's still alive.
Bob in Buffalo.
I like throat yogurt.
Oh, I'm so pleased.
Mm-hmm. All right. Why don't we leave?
All righty.
That was a fun show today.
Love it.
Yeah. All right. Let's go to Tony in California. Tony.
Hey, I was wondering if that teacher was telling they were playing Mobster Rain.
Mobster Rain.
Not too bad.
You're out. Very good.
That was a good one.
All right. Should we leave now?
Yeah,
Dan
we got
showing you a sign.
Yeah.
Don't have guitar father.
Oh, boy.
Hey, Tom, can you jerk me off for old time's sake? Thank you, Danny. That was a good one.
Let's go to Scott in Boston. We're filling at this point. We need to find Guitar Father. E-Rock's on it?
Yeah, I got, how about some of the beautiful boys down at the drama club?
What if he jerks him off behind the toilet?
I want my brother coming out of there with definitely his dick in his hand.
Give some of the beautiful boys.
Yeah, he's trying again.
We got it the first time, and it fell flat, so I don't need to pick it up and throw it back on the pavement.
Punching out. Buff 86.
Hey, this...
go shit in your wig.
Can we get this tomorrow? Because she's always terrific with her human interest pieces.
Oh, right.
Who's that?
CNN. Julie Moser, what's her name? What can you carry on board a plane now? And she's talking
a knife, a gun?
Street.
We give up.
No, I don't think those are allowed anymore.
But she's terrific with her humor and her human interest stories.
People really like
she has hair like
her.
She has hair like Ozzy in 1969. There's footage of them from Paris. She looks just like Ozzy. She should be singing War Pigs. I don't know why I had to fucking tag it with that when the Ozzy joke didn't get a big laugh. The three War Pigs would get a standing ovation. Fucking dope.
Tim, we end with you today. What's up?
Let me use your phone. Two Masseurs just stole my truck. Can you believe this shit?
Two Masseurs just stole my truck, and then he had to go, can you believe this shit?
Yeah.
Why, sir?
The other
just
guy
let it die gracefully.
Had that line.
That's what we do at this show. We don't try to go out with a bang. We just wither away and suck until we're finished.
The end. See you tomorrow.
Unpredictable, unleashed, unruly, Anthony,
unwashed, unkempt. I stink.
Next thing I knew, I had my pants down around my knees and my shirt pulled up to my armpits.
Shut up!
No, who cares?
I can't believe you fell for that again.
Damn you, Hawk.